Hello everyone and welcome to a brand new day of All Creator Live, and I am back playing more No Man's Sky. Got a bunch of snacks and I'm ready to chill out today. So anyone who stops by the chat, you will have the pleasure of hanging out with a more upbeat version of me today, because I have another amazing Rain energy drink. Like I said, I don't really like the taste, because to the energy drink company Rain, you gotta get some better flavor varieties. You do, because I looked at all of them. I've tried all of them. They all taste. Uh. My favorite one is the orange creamsicle, and even that I say I don't really like that much, because of the cream in it. And if you're gonna have an orange flavor, just have a regular orange flavor. I love your recipe. I love the amount of caffeine that you put in. It gives me the right amount of caffeine to be up and about. But today I was like, I'm gonna have a good day, because obviously I got paid. Anyone who gets paid is gonna have a good day. So I could finally order something to eat, and didn't have to eat what I was planning to eat. I was gonna have 2 drumsticks for dinner tonight, but thanks to the bonus that I got, I had more money than I usually have. So I was like, yes. I ordered from a new place called Crispy Crunchy Chicken. I've never heard of it before. I don't know if it's a local place or if it's a new chain that's just popped up, but they're good. And their biscuits or muffins or whatever they are, they look like muffin tops, but they taste way better than Kentucky Fried Chicken's biscuits. The Kentucky Fried Chicken, you gotta up your biscuit game, man. Like, out of everything that I order from KFC, the only thing I don't end up finishing is the biscuits. They're always so dry. You need gravy with them, but then you need the gravy for the mashed potatoes. So it's like you either can have it on one or the other, and I usually put it on the mashed potatoes because the mashed potatoes themselves also aren't that phenomenal without the gravy. But Crispy Crunchy Chicken, you guys, 100%, you're doing a great job with all your variety stuff. A lot of it tastes on par with KFC stuff. Plus, they have the wedges that KFC used to have. Now KFC just has like regular French fries, and there's nothing wrong with KFC's French fries. They taste great, but I liked them better when they were wedges. I like wedges more than I do fries. I know a lot of people they differ because they feel like wedges are too much potato. But I guess because I don't know, maybe because I'm part Irish, but I fucking love me potato. So the more potato, the better. That's why I prefer wedges over fries. So yeah. They're also around the same price as KFC, and if their biscuits are better, that means I'm eating literally everything that they have. So, along with that, I also ordered myself a pizza. So I've got lots of food here to eat. I'll have leftovers for the rest of this week. And, I'm going to be eating good for the next couple of days. I think it's been like that for the past couple of days because I don't have to worry so much about paying off my TV. Or anything else, because I haven't really bought anything else. No video games have been coming out that I want, so that money's been going towards my food budget, which is great. It still sucks that we live in a world where I have to decide between my fun pastime or eating food to survive, It's either one or the other. Either I'm having fun or I'm eating food. I hate the idea that I have to choose between those two. But I'm not the only one. I know there are a lot of people out there that can't even afford to do either one of those things. And that makes me super sad. And I'm hoping we can get at these freaking oligarchs and their hordes and hordes of money. Get a hold of them, strangle them, do something, be like, give us your fucking money, you fucking skinflints. Because that's the reason why everyone's suffering now, is because there are hundreds of people on the top hoarding their money, and they're not letting any of us have it. And that's not the way capitalism works. A lot of people are like, "Oh, this is late stage capitalism." No, this is oligarchy. This is an oligarchy. That's what it is. So at some point, it's going to change. At some point, it's going to turn around. But that only will happen if we do something. If we stand up and fight. I know I'm saying a lot of good things about this crispy crunchy chicken place, but that's only because I want better competition with the reigning champion, KFC. It's not that I have anything against KFC. I love them too, but there needs to be competition in the marketplace. And a lot of places, Disney and Adobe and I can't really think of any others off the top of my head. Those are like the two major ones. But they're up there and they're buying companies below them so that they have no competition, and that needs to stop. There was a point in our country, like in the world, there was a point around the world where everybody was slapping oligarchs in the face with the Monopoly card and being like, stop. But that's halted recently, and it needs to end. And it's not going to get any better if we let this asshole Trump keep doing the things that he's doing. Alright, with that rant out of the way, let's get into it. I just wanted to mention all of that mostly because I was surprised at how well this chicken company's doing as a first starting company. I thought it was like an old place. Maybe it was like just a local place, but it's a new branch that's been popping up. And Popeyes, I love Popeyes too, don't get me wrong. I love a lot of chicken places, but they're not doing as well as they used to, and that's sad because they used to be the only competition that KFC had. So I was rooting for them too, and I don't want it to be, but it's been getting like that, and that's why it's a little upsetting, because I love me some fried chicken, but the fact that KFC has been dominating the marketplace in terms of KFC has been mainly making it hard for me to get fried chicken, because our local KFC doesn't want to deliver, doesn't want to do DoorDash, and doesn't want to do Uber Eats or Instagram. They only work through Grubhub, and Grubhub's like they overprice for everything way too much, to the point where a $20 meal will cost $40, and I'm like, that's okay, fuck that. That's why I haven't been having any KFC recently. Nothing against you guys, KFC, but it's just because you guys refuse to your local branch is not opening themselves up to more delivery places. So, and that fact is what's been kind of making it hard for me to get fried chicken. So I'm happy to see this new place, and I will definitely be ordering from them more often, especially because their biscuits are just really good. I didn't think biscuits would be a thing that would be a determining factor on whether or not I like a place. But when you think about it, you order from any place that's giving you like free biscuits and stuff, and you're like, oh, cool, thanks. And then it's like they're like an afterthought. And then by the time you're ready to eat them, they're all dry and hard as a rock, and you're like, eh. But this place, no. They have like a honey glaze to them, and it makes them taste really good. It's almost like a muffin, and like I said, they look like a muffin top, so it's pretty tasty. April came and she tried one. She was like, ooh, these are good. I'm like, yeah. She was like, they look like muffin tops, and that's what made me say it. I was like, oh, that's why they look like muffins to me, because they look like muffin tops. But yeah, as you can tell, I had my energy drink already. I didn't have all of it, but I didn't have anything early this morning because DoorDash was down for a little while, so I couldn't really order from anywhere. I usually get my groceries today. So I was looking around Instacart. Yeah, it was Instacart to get my groceries, and I saved up enough points to they do this thing where if you order I think it's like over $35 worth of groceries, they give you like a $10 off coupon on fast food. So since I had the extra money, I decided to do that today. They're also doing a promotion where if you order 3 fast food items, you get a free pizza or something. I don't know quite what it is, but it's intriguing. So April said she's going to order from that place later on this week. And I can see what the free thing is that that I get if, you know, that happens. Plus, she kind of wants to try the chicken too. I had their nuggets. They're really good. And if that's the same quality of chicken that is in their fried chicken, then it's going to be good. I know for a lot of people with fried chicken, it all comes to the kind of recipe they use for the skin of the chicken. And that's not me. For me, it's the quality of the chicken itself that really does it. That's why I like so many different chicken places. Because, you know, all of them have different recipes for their skin. And I'm like, sweet. I love ordering from different places, trying all these different flavors. Because I like to think of myself as a connoisseur when it comes to chicken. I'm looking for my... I guess it's somewhere else. Alright, well, let's call it in here. Because the first thing I want to do is get my frigate sent out. I may be able to send out my frigates twice today. Oh shit, I didn't even think about launch fuel. Do I have enough? Oh, no, I don't. Shoot. Can I make some? Do I have enough tritium? I don't have enough dehydrogen. But, oh god, that is not enough tritium. You know what? I'll check our local trade and see how it looks. Maybe I have some tritium for sale. But yeah. Just talking all that stuff that I usually talk about. I know a lot of people out there hear me talk about big corporations and shit all the time and how much I love them, and then they hear me say stuff like this and they're like, does he hate big corporations? I don't hate big corporations. I hate moguls. I hate the bigger the ones that eat up all of the other corporations. I'm a reasonable type of person when it comes to literally anything, any kind of system. Socialism, capitalism, communism, all the isms. I have a healthy sense of how all of them work and are supposed to work. But when all of them, any system can be corrupt. Literally any of them. All of us know this. And I know I hate it when people push for one over another because they're like, oh, this one can't be corrupted. And I'm like, yes, it can. Literally any system can be corrupted. That's the point. The point is to prevent it from getting that far and to fight against people who are trying to push it that far. And that's just it. Like, I'll support this new company I'm talking about, Crispy Crunchy Chicken. But if it was to get to the point of where Disney's at and it starts eating smaller corporations and making it difficult for us to choose a competitor, then of course I'm going to be against it. But it's not at that point, and I don't know if it ever would, but if it ever would, then yeah, I'd 100% be against it, because then they've turned into a monster, and you gotta strike down monsters wherever they pop up. Like Monster Hunter. But anyway. No, I'm not saying that Monster Hunter is a big corporate entity now. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just commenting on the funny fact that I'm talking about striking down monsters, and there's a game called Monster Hunter that a lot of my friends like. I don't hate it either. I'm just not good at playing it. Oh my god, you guys already know this. You've seen me play Monster Hunter. I'm terrible. I'm total shit at it. If you're watching the archives, especially, you've seen it. I think I have like 3 videos on my archive channel, but I have a lot more on my old YouTube channel. And yeah, I'm feeling in a very conversive mood today. Obviously, I'm not paying much attention to what I'm doing in the game. Oh, right. I was going to check out the trade system. That's why I ran all the way around the one side. And I walked right... I feel like I ran right past it. And I was like, why did I come over this way? Right. I ran over this way. And then I was like, why did I run over here? I meant to go all the way back here. No. No tritium. No dehydrogen. Shoot. Man, I'm gonna have to mine some... Oh, well. I could do that later. I'll do it later like how I always do. I guess I'll just pick these two things up right now. But yeah, it's something I don't talk about that much, but to anyone who's been wondering, my stance on capitalism is the same as literally any other ism. Is that they're all great until they go too far, and then they become something that they're not. And in terms of capitalism, if it gets too far, then it's not late stage capitalism anymore. Late stage capitalism is something that looks like what people would all benefit from in terms of capitalism. It's the same with any other ism. Once it gets too far, then it changes into something else. Like right now, what we're dealing with, it's not late stage capitalism. It's not late stage capitalism. It's early oligarchy. That's what it is. It's changed from being capitalism to oligarchism. And it's the same with communism. With communism, when it gets too far, then it becomes a cult. And a cult. And when it comes to socialism, it becomes I forget what the hell it's called. Not that many people talk about it that much, but it's like the things that kings and queens used to... monarchy. Like, well, I guess you could call it a monarchy. Like, I know there's another word for it. I can't fucking think about it. It's where the opulent are above everybody else, and everyone else is like a serf and shit. So, all the isms have those negative things that happen if they get pushed in the wrong direction. And right now we're seeing that with capitalism. It's been pushed in the wrong direction where now it's an oligarchy. And Trump pushed it that way. When before, we were on the road where we were fighting for equality and we were fighting for equal rights for everybody and things like that. And if we'd have gone in that direction, we'd be going into late stage capitalism. But we didn't. And now we're in an early stage of oligarchy. And fuck, if we're not trying to fight it, it's just that it's hard when people are thinking it's something else and they just want to ruin everything by destroying the entire system. That's never the answer. And I hate to point to media because you can't live in a fantasy world where everything is just like this movie or whatever whatsoever. But if you pay attention to situations where it's like these people are fighting to dismantle the system, they're not doing it for good reasons, and they're never doing it for good reasons. It's always because they want to fight to make a system where they benefit and nobody else does. And that's just how we get different isms. And an ism that starts out bad always ends bad. We at least at one point in our past history created a capitalist system that was beneficial to everybody. And we still see it in several other countries where capitalism is still doing good, like in Europe and in Asian countries and in Northern America and Southern America. There are still a lot of people out there that are fighting the good fight for good capitalism. And then there are people that just want to destroy all of it and rebuild something else, and they act like it's going to be even better, but we all know it's not, because you're building it to your benefit. You're not building it to our benefit. You're going to leave out some others to make things better for just you. And that's not how things are supposed to be. And at one point it was. But it's just going to get even worse if we keep letting it, you know? And there are people that are banking on that too. They're all acting like, oh yes, this thing is evil. These oligarchies are evil. But they're all pushing so much to make the oligarchy even richer and making it even more powerful so that they can be all like, look at how evil it is. Now let's destroy it. And then when they destroy it, they come in and they take over. And that's what we don't need. That's like the last thing we need. That's how world wars start. And if it's one thing that we don't need, it's a World War III. Because we all know how that's going to end. There are way too many nukes in the world for it to end well. There are way too many nukes. There are way too many hackers. There are way too many thieves out there for it to end well. So to anyone out there who is telling you, oh yes, this system is bad, we need to destroy it and rebuild a different system, they are 100% the bad guys. Do not listen to them. They do not have your best interests in mind. They will totally screw you over. If you think that they are fighting for you, they are not fighting for you. They are just using you as a tool. And if anything, I feel like MAGA, well, at least a percentage of MAGA is just now learning that Trump 100% used them. And they're super mad. And I'm like, dude, we warned you. We tried to warn you so many times for so many different years. And you just didn't want to listen. Well, like I said 2 weeks ago, when it first came out that Donald Trump wasn't going to be doing shit about the Epstein files, and everybody was super mad at him. I was saying it back then. I was saying, well, look, MAGA's gonna flip-flop on this issue like how they do with everything. They're mad at Trump 1 minute, and then they're happy the next. And that's what they're doing now. And the majority of it is because... What was that? Oh, I thought something was shooting at me. The majority of it is because there are influencers out there that Trump is paying to lie for him, to try and make people forget about the Epstein files, and it's working. Because of course it is. MAGA is all too happy but to forget about this if it means they can get a paycheck from Donald Trump. And I think the stupidest thing is I hear a lot of people are getting paid with cryptocurrency, and I'm like, oh my god, they're like the dumbest people in the world if they think that's worth anything. It's not. It's not. It's not going to help you with a house. It might get you a nice fancy car, but that car is not going to help you at all if, you know, you can't pay for it with actual money at some point, or if you can't buy gasoline for it, or if you can't prevent yourself from getting tickets and getting all these things where you need actual money, because you're not going to pay for a speeding ticket with cryptocurrency. You can't do that. Cryptocurrencies is as good as like Chuck E. Cheese tokens. Of course you can use it to get a prize, a nice shiny prize, but you're not going to be using it to live. And the exchange rate on it is horrible. So if you get like millions worth of cryptocurrency, if you get like billions of cryptocurrency, you go to exchange that, it's going to be like worth less than half of that much. It's not even going to be worth like $1 million either. It's I think it was in the ballpark of like 17% of the American dollar. So that would be like 17% of a billion. I mean, it would still be a pretty decent chunk of change. It would be like 100,000 something, but that's not enough to get a house, a nice house, you know? See all these crypto bros acting like you're gonna be a millionaire at the very least, but no, you may as well get a regular job, because even people with a regular job would be able to afford a house. And when I say a regular job, I mean a job where you're earning somewhere between $30,000 to $50,000 a month, or a year, I mean. When I say the kind of job that I have, a minimum wage job, that's not enough to get a house. You're gonna need at least 2 jobs to do that. But yeah, to those people selling out for cryptocurrency to Donald Trump, you're playing a losing game. You think you're winning. You're not gonna win. You're just being his pawn for Chuck E. Cheese tokens. And I could say this stuff all day, but I may as well stop now, because I feel like I've said everything I need to. And at this point, I'd just be repeating myself. There really isn't that much to say about it either, because the two weeks ago I said it, and I guess I'm just right again. I said it. I said that they were going to flip-flop on it, and they were going to completely do a 180 and start worshiping Trump again, and here we are. 2 weeks later, I was right. But I mean, I can at least say that there are still some people who aren't flip-flopping on that issue and still want to see the Epstein files. And I think I did say this last week. I know why they want to, because they think like a whole bunch of elites are going to be named and stuff like that. But if there are a bunch of elites named, they're going to be names that you've never fucking heard of before, you know? It's not going to be anyone super big or influential or anything like that, and it's certainly not going to be anything like Hillary or Obama or anything like that, because that's fucking ridiculous. They had every chance to get rid of the documents, but they didn't, because their names aren't on it. And to those saying, well, then why didn't they announce them? Well, it's because they didn't have the permission to announce them. All of those files and everything was claimed under Trump's watch, and then it was given to the FBI, and the FBI can't really release those documents without the approval of I think it's like it has to be a vote between the Senate and the House, as well as the judicial issue with the Supreme Court. And a lot of the people that Trump put in that place were still there when Biden was president, so of course they weren't going to be okay with it. If I remember correctly, I think there was an issue that was ordered to try and release the Epstein files, or at least relinquish them from the FBI's classification. And it was along the same lines as when they were doing the whole TikTok thing. The exact same thing happened, where they were just bullshitting and holding them exactly where they were, and they couldn't come to a consensus again. And then eventually it was just like, well, it looks like that's going to have to be something the next administration covers. And then everyone got mad about it. But here's the thing. When everybody got mad about it, it was because it was like a couple months before the election. So They only got mad about it because Donald Trump got his way once again. And I get that, because I'd be mad about that too. It's just that I don't know what everybody was expecting. He's a big influential figure. And I hate the fact that a lot of these places aren't realizing that back when they were talking about it during the Biden administration, Trump was running for, he was going for the 2024 election, that he was running his candidacy, and he was saying, oh, this is all just a smear campaign. So Biden couldn't do anything about it anyway, because he was acting like it was going to be some kind of a smear campaign. If it came out and something like that was happening, he was going to point to his political rivals and be all like, oh, well, they're trying to use this as an excuse to take me out of the running for candidate and all that shit. And I'm like, why aren't people talking about that whole thing that happened in history? Why was Trump so worried about it back then, as well as being worried about it now? But no, they're just talking about right now. And I'm like, well, he was also worried about it back then when he was running for president. So why aren't they talking about that too? He's so worried about it. And the thing that I hate the most about this is he's worried about it. And that means that he's trying to give people enough time to take his name off of the list and shit, you know? So that they could sweep it under the rug and be like, oh, his name was never there. And if it comes out that that's what happened, if that's what happens, then we all know it's fucking bullshit. He has his hands on it now. He can erase names. He can put names wherever he wants to put names. He can alter it as much as he wants to. And nobody's saying that. They're all acting like when it gets released, it's all going to be on the up and up, honest and 100% facts. But I'm betting you anything, there are going to be pages upon pages missing from that thing. And that's just why he's trying to buy more time. He's trying to give the people who have it enough time to alter it. I mean, that's all speculation, obviously, but it's I feel like it's 100% going to happen. It's so obvious. Otherwise, why not release it right now, you know? And we can already tell he's doing this stuff because he keeps making the claim, oh, we're going to be making it to where victims aren't in danger. I'm like, I don't think the victims have to worry about shit. I'm pretty sure the victims want it all released and unfiltered as well. Because, if anything, the only people who will be victims of this are the scumbags who actually deserve to go to prison. The pedophiles and the rapists that deserve to go to prison. Those are going to be the only quote-unquote victims of these Epstein files. And they're not victims. Trump just wants you to believe they're victims because they're all friends of his. And what's the biggest indicator of that? Who are the people who fought the hardest to get Trump to where he is? Billionaires. Who are all the suspected people who are pedophiles and rapists on the Epstein files? Billionaires. That's all I need to say. That's all I need to say to prove that he's altering the Epstein files as we speak. So no, I don't really give a fuck about the Epstein files and them being released. Because I know it's just going to result in more bullshit. And the people who are supposed to be held accountable won't be held accountable. Wow, that really gave me a lot more tritium than I thought it was going to. Alright, let's look at the gold here that I got too. I got so much gold. What do you use this for in this game? I mean, I know you can sell it, but I feel like there's another use for it. Oh well. Right. Where's the fuel at? I think it's over here. Here it is. But yeah, I'm just saying all of this right now because you all know how I love to predict things. Right. It still is kind of jarring when everything just cuts out audio-wise as it goes out here to all of these freighters that I have, or frigates. I guess I should start up the longer expeditions. Oh, also, in case you're wondering, in the background, I'm making ice because ice is nice. So yeah, if you hear a noise, that's what it is. It's my ice maker. 500? I don't have 500? I thought I had 500. Okay, well, send some of these back then, I guess. Do I only have 600? What's going on? There you guys go. Should be enough, but it's weird that I don't have enough for... Oh, wait, were those 50? Oh, that could be why. They were probably 50. Oh, I don't even have any shit. Yeah, I only had 300. I guess they were 50s. Alright, let's take that tritium that I had. I am a little bit surprised, though, that there has been a huge shift. Well, you know what? No, now that I'm thinking about this, I was surprised about it, but now that I keep thinking more and more about it, it's because the world's richest man doesn't like Trump anymore. So obviously his fan base isn't going to like Trump either. And his fan base was probably the majority of people who were trying to support Trump. I don't know, though, because I feel like at any moment, even Elon Musk could do a 180 and start liking Trump again, because Trump's supporting billionaires and he's one of them, so... To anyone who's hating Trump right now at this moment, don't stop. Please, don't stop. Because you're going to be showing exactly how much of a hypocrite you are if you do, you know? Just think about all the things that you could actually be benefiting from for keeping your stance on the Epstein files right now, you know? There are so many awful things that Donald Trump is doing, and you know they're wrong. And if you flip-flop on just one little thing, it allows you the clarity to see all of the other horrible things that he's doing. And maybe at that point you should say to yourself, why am I even trusting this person to begin with? I know that maybe there are a lot of people out there that are thinking, oh, he gave me so many things and all that stuff. But those are just things. You're 100% proving that you are a bottom-feeding urchin if you're siding with him over the things that he's given you, you know? So why not just say to yourself, you know what? I have more respect in myself and my morals than that. So why am I acting like this is a huge thing? Why am I acting like that this is just so surprising when it's not, and I know it's not. And deep down in my heart, I know that he is doing all of these awful things, and I've been trying to defend him. This is your perfect opportunity to stand up, grow a spine, and say, you know what? I didn't like this Trump guy to begin with. And the only reason I'm liking him is because he gave me things. And now I've had enough. Why don't you do that, you know? Don't stop flip-flopping. If you have to try so hard to defend somebody, just one person, when you could be siding with all of the people who you know are right deep down, because you know this person isn't great, but you're like, well, he's nice to me. Yeah, but he's mean to all of those people. Why do you think that makes him a good person? If you're hanging out with a guy that's mean to everybody else but nice to you, why do you think that makes him a nice person? Just because he's nice to you and you alone? That should not be the defining factor on what you feel a human being is at their core, you know? If they're hurting other people and intentionally mocking or doing things to upset other people, you should jump in with all those people and at the very least try and coerce your friend to maybe stop being mean, you know? Stop being a dog and getting down on your hands and knees and licking his boots just because he's giving you something, you know? At this point, it feels like nobody's going to change Trump's mind on anything. He's almost dead. He's almost at the end of his life. So he's not going to change. He is who he is, and he's never going to change. So just stop at this point. You're not going to be able to change him. And you're only just proving how much of a horrible person you are by staying by him. So it's like people keep saying, wake up. Stop being a sleepyhead. Stop. Open your eyes and stop keeping them closed for so long, you know? Wake up. Get out of that dream world he's creating for you, because it's all going to end one day. He's not long for this world. You're not going with him wherever he's going to, you know, when he goes to HE double hockey sticks. You're not going with him. So, you know, you've got so much time to improve yourself. You got so much time to do a 180 on your life. And you shouldn't let this man drag you down with him. Stop letting him do that. Because every horrible, unnecessary thing that he does is going to be stuck with you when he dies. And that's not fair to you. You're going to live the rest of your life having to deal with all of the terrible things he did. And he only did all of those terrible things because he doesn't have that much longer left, you know? He's like, well, I might as well ruin the world since I don't have that much time left in it. Do you really want to be with a guy that's doing that? Dang, man, this stuff is expensive. How much do I have again? Alright. I guess I could do something with 200. Feel like the only reason why I couldn't do that much is because the one was so long. I think it was like a 22-hour mission. Okay, so the one I want to send out is... Oh, I guess I already sent it out. Okay, good. I want to send out the Normandy too. That sometimes brings back pretty cool looking stuff. Where's the Undying Fleet? I can't remember. Because I didn't send that out last time and I want to. I can't remember what they bring back, but I know they bring back something. Did I already send it out? No, there it is right there. Bowser's Dream. Okay, the rest of these are all kind of generic ones that I found exploring. I think that's enough. Nope, but it's too expensive for fuel-wise. I wish they told you exactly how much fuel each of these cost. Alright, I guess I'll take out this one here. Alright, that's exactly 200. And it gives us 3-star rating, so that should be enough. Alright, that's all I could really do. I don't want to spend another half hour mining asteroids. Alright, now let's head on over to my settlements. And if you're thinking to yourself, if you are one of those people that are influenced heavily by things like media and movies and stuff like that, I mean, I guess people need something that helps them live their life. I'm not going to knock you for it. I'm really not. But if you look at a lot of characters in media, like, say, my favorite series, Dragon Ball, there's Piccolo. He was 100% one of the meanest dudes, but he still turned his life around. He still changed his life. He didn't let his past take him under. And he could have. After he lost the tournament, well, I guess you couldn't say he lost. It was just like, you know, it was just a fight with Goku at the point that it was at. But yeah, after he lost his fight with Goku, he vowed vengeance. And instead of constantly seeking that vengeance, he ended up becoming Goku's biggest friend. And I mean, it's the same way with a lot of Goku's friends, you know? Why be the kind of person that stays in a terrible spot of their life when you have every opportunity to change? You could be like Vegeta, you know? Instead of 100% sticking with the mindset that you're under, you have the chance to do a double take and turn your life around. So why not? Ooh, what song is this? Oh, yeah, I remember. It's from Genshin Impact. Oh, there's another good one. This was the fight with Scaramouche, the song with Scaramouche. And there's another good one if you're the type of person that likes the same media I like Genshin Impact. Scaramouche kept trying his hardest to become a god, and when he realized that he couldn't, he did a 180 on his life. And he ended up becoming friends with the Traveler, instead of constantly seeking godhood. Or the promise of godhood. Of course, he still seeks vengeance, and that's like something. But he's made friends along the way. And it doesn't feel so much like he wants vengeance anymore, so much as he wants to have his own adventure. I know he probably wouldn't say it like that, but you could tell that Scaramouche is having fun with whatever he's doing right now. Oof. And I mean, in terms of these shows and media, it's the ones that always do a double take and turn their life around. Those are the ones that always end up being like the most badass characters in each franchise. And I don't think there's any argument that Piccolo and Vegeta aren't badass characters, you know? And if you're excuse me. If you're not the type of person to be heavily influenced by media, then, you know, as well as I do that, you can change your life. If you're wondering if it's been like that for me at any point in my life, yeah. I think I've said it many times on this stream, but I used to be a very violent person. And you can tell from the outbursts that I have when playing certain video games that I used to be a very violent person. I used to get into fights all the time. I used to break things. And I think it was around the age of 15 is when I started to realize that this was going to become a problematic thing, you know? Obviously, it took like 10 years for me to really turn myself around, but it was that moment when I realized maybe being a violent person isn't really going to help me in the future. It certainly isn't making me any friends. So... And it's hard to change your life. It is. Believe me, those are probably like some of the hardest years of my life because I was doing stupid things like partying, drinking, smoking, doing all the things that I thought other people were doing, and I wanted to make more friends and I wanted to be liked more. And I feel like it was around the age of 28, 30, somewhere between there, when I realized that all anybody wants from me is just to do my own thing, you know? I was in a state of depression in my 20s because I was 23, 25. I didn't have a job. I didn't have anyone that loved me. All of my friends have grown up and they all got their own lives. I felt alone. I was on the brink of being an eternal hobo. They were very rough times. So I'm not saying changing your life around is just like that. But the moment where you can realize it is just like that, you know? So it's going to take a lot of hard work. And I'm not going to say that it isn't. It certainly took me a few years to really get my life together and to start thinking more with my heart than with other parts of my body. Because I don't want to say it was just like my mind or being greedy or anything like that. Because, you know, when you're young, you want things. That's all I'm going to say. But, yeah, I definitely feel like... Oh, here's our new settler. A stranger named Colonist Umk has arrived with a retinue of followers. They are an inventor and claim their name Synchronized Drinks Machine. Plans have been mocked by their peers. They come to us for a chance to prove critics wrong. Oh yeah, sure. Synchronized Drinks Machine? That sounds great. Got a little inventor in our group now. Hopefully he will make us happier with his synchronized drink machine. But yeah. You could do it. It's not really an easy thing to do, but nothing ever is in this life. If you think you're too far gone, you're really not. There are people who've hit rock bottom, way more people than you could ever know. And all it really takes is strength, willpower, and I want to say it takes friendship, but a lot of times it doesn't even take that much, you know? I know it can be very difficult to make friends. I know, trust me. I'm sitting here all by myself. Nobody's in chat talking live on a stream. So trust me, I know how difficult it can be to do things by yourself. But once you're able to, it just makes all of your resolutions that you build up from that time of hardship even stronger. There was a time, I want to say sometime in my early 20s, when I probably would have been 100% flip-flopping on issues. And it would probably end up with me joining a cult or something. I don't know. I never really feel like my life got that bad, but if I lived in the internet age like how a lot of people do now, I might have. I don't know. I feel like I was that gullible enough to join a cult in my early 20s because a lot of my friends weren't really there to tell me it was a stupid idea because they had all gone to either fight over in the Iraq War in the early 2000s, or they got big important jobs. Like, I say big important jobs, but they weren't that important. They were just like in management positions and things like that. And there was one that was a doctor, or not a doctor, a nurse. There was one that was the owner of a car dealership. There was one that was I don't know. I know he's like a manager in the Domino Sugar Company and stuff like that. Oh, right. I already have a building going on. They were my best friends, and obviously they didn't have time to hang out with me anymore. And it's not like I was going to tell them to, you know? I wasn't that kind of a young kid. I don't want you to believe I was that, but I was definitely a very impressionable person who would have been following a crowd. And I did in several occasions. I made a lot of friends doing that too, but it's not like they stayed my friend forever. So obviously there is no real benefit to following a crowd. It's just at one point in your life you might get like that. And it's usually around the point where you're trying to change your life. And I guess I could say that is the entire reason why it's so difficult. It's because there are so many people out there that want to use you for things. And I really can't say exactly what kind of things those could be, because for me it was just like party crowds, you know, like the kind of guys that you hang out with and go drinking with. And I mean, I got a job working at McDonald's thanks to them, but it was like, that was a job working at McDonald's. We hung out a lot too. We had a lot of fun, but that's the other thing too. I remember their names. I don't want to say them because they could be out there still watching, and I don't want them to get in trouble for some of the things I say. But but yeah, a lot of times when you're with drinking buddies and you're with buddies that do certain drugs, obviously I didn't do any of them, you know? They get in trouble with the police, and then it's like, did I really know them, you know? There was a guy that I used to know who got shot in a drive-by, and I didn't realize that he was dealing drugs, and I was letting him stay with us for a little while, and if I'd have known that, maybe I wouldn't have stuck around with him for so long. But I do appreciate the fact that he didn't let me know about any of those things, because he was a good guy, and I guess he just didn't want to drag me into his secret life of drug abuse. But it would explain why he was depressed a lot of times. And looking back on it, he was a really good guy, and it was upsetting for a while. I didn't know anything like that about him until months after, when I met his brother and we were talking for a while. But, you know, it doesn't change the fact that he was an okay guy, you know? People get addicted to drugs, and you want to help them, but sometimes they're doing it for personal reasons, demons that they're fighting. And I guess they just don't want help, you know? It can be a lonely situation that I can't say I've ever been in, so I really have no right to judge. But I will definitely never flat out call a person who does drugs a horrible person, because I know that addiction is bad, and it can be difficult to fight. Alright, what do we got here? The citizens have commissioned colonist Adept to produce an epic poem in honor of the equinox. Completing the piece may be costly, though polling indicates 85% would be in favor. I don't mind paying it. This is my resolution, right? Yeah, this is resolution, so... Yeah, 100%. I'm all for that. Obviously, I'm a commission worker, I know. There you go. I'd be all for that. Hell, I wish I had enough money to pay people who come to me for commission work all the time. I feel like that would be the only thing preventing me from being a billionaire, you know? If I had enough money to throw around, I probably would. Because me, myself, I don't need that much to survive. All I need is the bare necessities, and that's it, and I'm happy. If I get any extra money, I tend to put that towards other things. I tip. I talk about ordering from DoorDash and Instacart all the time. I do really big tips. Sometimes I do tips that I probably shouldn't have. And that's only because of my own stupidity. That I know I've said this, I've told this story once. It happened like several years ago, but I ordered from a KFC once, and I didn't realize that it was a place that was a 2-hour drive away. And after I put the order in, I saw how long it was going to take to get to me, and I was like, I don't want to make that person drive 4 hours just for $10 worth of a tip. Oh my god, I thought it was going to be the one that's like right around the corner. So I upped it to like $30, and I didn't really have the money to, but I just felt so bad about sending that person on like a 4 or 5 hour drive just to get me some KFC. Yo! How's it going out, Raleigh? It's good to see you again, bud. As you can see, I'm just chilling out. I'm having a relaxing day. 300 polished stone. I think I have that much. I don't. I thought I did. Let me check. Let me double check. Oh, I only have 73. I guess I used all of it some other time. Alright, well, let's try to work on a different building then. We got some bees over here. But yeah, Amaral, or I keep... Oops. I'm saying your name wrong again. I keep doing what... Because I hear text-to-speech say it one way. Amir.
Is that 10-legged creature my avatar?
10-legged creature. Oh, did they change it? Oh, that's Brooke, yeah. That's the way he runs. He doesn't have 10 legs. It's just he runs like that. See, he only has 2 legs. It's just he runs like an anime character when they're doing the whole thing where they're scuttling their feet. He can run so fast he can run on top of water, if that's any consolation. But yeah, Amir. It's been a while since I've seen you. I slipped back into the habit of pronouncing your name wrong. But yeah, how have you been, Amir? Sorry again, I got your name wrong again. 9 glass. I can afford that. I can make those. Where's my dirt? Oh, there it is.
Amarali said, okay, understandable.
I might as well make 50. This is going to take a while. It's going to take a minute. But as you can hear, I'm drinking a very high caffeinated energy drink today, so I'm very chatty.
Amarali. Sick. Don't worry about my name, you will never get it right until I actually vocalize it for you anyhow. King time no talk.
Oh, you don't have time? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm happy you at least came by.
Amarali.
Oh, long time no talk.
Long time no talk.
Long time no talk. Okay, that's what you said. I meant to say. I thought you were saying, anyhow, King, no time to talk. I thought that's what you meant to say. But yeah, long time no talk. Today's a perfect time to talk. How's your health? How's your internet connection? I feel like that's the only thing we talk about when you're here is how bad your internet connection is. But yeah, how's life?
Amarali. Sick.
Oh yeah, with the phone. Yeah, my phone does that sometimes too. I switch it off, but I swear it still does it. I just can't tell. I think it's mostly because there's something bugged about my phone. My phone no longer receives updates. Look at that guy just walking in circles. And since my phone no longer receives updates, I guess it's susceptible to bugs and glitches.
Well, the war's over, so that always avoids.
Well, I mean, but yeah. How's, I mean, things in your life too. We don't have to talk about stuff like that. But personally, I don't think we've ever really talked about what your hobbies are. I'm sorry if that's the case. I don't know if I've ever asked you what your hobbies are. Maybe I should have been this whole time. It could just also be that I talk way too much when you're here.
Well, the summer is upon us and I am taking up
Oh, cool.
basketball.
Basketball's fun. I used to play that a lot when I was young. It was the only sport I could really play.
Mate, my hobbies are just a lot
Oh,
of video
alright,
gaming.
cool. I can't remember. Do you play No Man's Sky? I feel like you joined my stream during No Man's Sky once. Or you joined my stream when I was playing No Man's Sky. Alright. Well, we got that done, and both of those buildings are getting built. Maybe I should fish a little bit, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Because I already have those buildings and frigates all set up to do stuff. Now it's just an issue of waiting. And what better way to wait than to fish?
Amarali. Yes, I went into eternal debt to buy it when it was off, and yes, I found you screaming MMS the first
Ah, I
time
thought so.
watched you.
Have you been playing it then? I don't want to say you're in... I don't know, I hope you're not in eternal debt just because you bought No Man's Sky. I went into debt when I bought Fantasy Life. I paid it off, but it took like a whole month. It was last month, and it was a miserable month. I couldn't afford to buy any food. But you know, you were there. Where is the... Oh, there it is. That's right. This building's blocking it. I forgot.
Amarali. I'ma be honest, no, I bought and played it once collecting 30.
Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. I was hoping you'd enjoy it. I know it's not really that. I mean, I did kind of warn you that it's not everyone's kind of a game. I think 30 should do. Alright, Spish.
Amarali said, I would have only if I could connect my stupid Xbox account to my Steam and have my save back.
I thought Microsoft allowed for stuff like that. Are you having problems connecting them, or?
Said, not that the ISNT my cup of tea, I swear I have memorized the early game. Amarali said,
Oh,
yeah, but screen doesn't.
I think I get what you're saying.
Amarali said,
Yeah, I knew that's what you meant, Steam. Yeah, sometimes it's easier to play on a console than it is to play on a computer. Because the console's built to handle certain things. But yeah, I don't think... I didn't know that. Does Steam connect to Microsoft?
said, I have gone through the tutorial so many times.
Okay, no, you don't have to. But I guess, what other games do you play?
Amarali said, but hey, I also have other comfort cozy
Ah,
games.
good. See, that's why I like No Man's Sky so much. It's a very comfortable game for me. As you can tell, I'm snacking right now, so. Have you eaten anything today, Amir?
Amarali said, it's no, I haven't eaten
Oh.
this age.
Ah, you gotta eat, bud. Even if it's just a little something, like some ramen. Get something in your stomach. I'm happy I've paid off one of my debts, so I'm able to eat something now. And I got a bonus check from work, which is great. I'm lucky they do stuff like that. I realize it's because it gets really hot where I live, and a lot of people end up quitting because of the heat. So they started this thing like 4 years ago, or no, I think it was 4 years ago, where they give everyone like an extra bonus check if you work during the summer. And that's awesome. I wish more places did stuff like that. But then again, I realize it's mostly because we reach like 100 degrees and shit where we are.
I will probably plan an attack on the dimension you have.
The kitchen dimension. I don't know why, but when you said that, it made me think of Garfield. Like you're gonna turn into Garfield and go all monstrosity on the kitchen. But yeah, here's hoping you get something good in your stomach. Me right now, I'm eating some fries.
Amarali said, wow, that's cool, or city CSC and see if you don't show up your file.
Oh, yeah? Wait, let me see what you just said. Oh, yeah. I don't know of any place that does that, but I guess there are places like that. You know what? No, that's true. Sometimes places around here do that.
Said, well, C was exaggerating, but
Yeah.
something very hot.
But yeah, I'm sure there are places around here that do that. I used to work at... I don't know if you guys have them where you live, but I used to work at a Target that would do stuff like that.
Said, because it's a hot country, but the city is
Oh, okay. So you get that cross breeze. So that's good. But yeah, the Target that I used to work for would do that. There would be people that want to take vacations, but if you I forget what it is. They used to give vacations, but then they stopped at one point. I know I was working there when they stopped giving vacations. And some people would just want like a simple week's worth of vacation, and I don't know why, but the management would just fire them. We'd have somebody come in that was either they've been working here for a little while, and then they just decided not to give them vacation time anymore. And they would take off for a week, and then I'd never see them again. And I'd be like, oh, well, they're just on vacation, right? And they were like, they were on vacation, but then they got fired because I guess they didn't want to come back, or management fired them. And I was like, well, that's shitty.
In response to your I'm eating fries RN in my country, we sometime answer Nashi Jonet and it pretty
Oh,
much
thank you.
enjoy it, mate.
That's a little bit of a little bit of knowledge for all those out there watching in the archives. I do love it when we get little things like that in the chat. little educational tidbits on the stream. I'll try and pronounce it. Hold up. Okay, I'm gonna butcher this. I'm gonna embarrass myself here. Nashi Jeanette. I don't know if that's... I feel like I'm pronouncing it in French. I'm sorry. I've got this stigmatism where I used to learn... When I was in high school, one of my electives was French. I don't remember anything of it, but now ever since then, anytime I see any foreign language or any words in another culture, I always end up trying to pronounce them in French. And I feel stupid.
Said, take this damn shield off.
Oh, hold up.
Amarali said, and might I add, I fucking hate this text-to-speech guy. He can't pronounce shit right.
You're right. You're right. It can't. But what can I say? Text-to-speech is a long way from being perfect. But at least I don't have to stop what I'm doing just to look at chat all the time, you know? I can kind of get the gist of what things are saying. Oh, and if you hear a noise in the background of something that sounds like falling rocks, that's my ice maker. Our ice maker in the fridge broke, so I'm making ice to restock the ice that we have and usually have in the fridge.
Amarali said, and you did butcher it. Both BES are pronounced like they
Oh.
were.
I'm not gonna try again. Oh, you should have heard me and my sister yesterday. There were a few Scandinavian words that she was trying to pronounce. And I felt so bad for her. She was getting all of the difficult to pronounce words. Not just words, but names.
Amarali said, anyways, I was gonna talk
Oh, yeah, yeah.
games. Amarali said,
Oh no, it wasn't a test. We're playing a game called East 10 Nordics. And it takes place in a country that's supposed to be like ancient Norwegian culture and northern Celtic religions and things like that are in the game. You know, it's a lot like Viking culture and things like that, and there are certain words in the game that are taken, inspired by Viking mythology. Viking and Nordic mythology. I think you might have joined us on one of those live streams that we did. I can't remember, because it's been a while since we talked. Ooh, 2 S-classes. 2 S-classes and 1 fishing trip. That's great. We're getting a lot of nanites this trip. Those were some good fries. A bit spicy, but they tasted really good. If you're wondering why I'm saving up nanites by doing all this fishing, it's because I want to power up my multi-tool. It's at a class B right now. I'm trying to get it to a class S. But I really love the design of this gun. But unfortunately I got it when it was at a class C. So I want to improve it as much as I can, because it just looks so cool.
Video games you chill with typically before sleep include but are not limited to Moonglow Bay NMS Astroneers.
Oh, Terraria is a good one. I used to play that all the time. Oh yeah.
I can see you saving nanites.
But yeah, Terraria was a really good one. I used to play that all the time. Back in I think it was 2013 to 2015. And I used to do a lot of live streams of it too. I think I have a few on this channel. Either that or I have them on my old YouTube channel. Alright, I gotta go somewhere to release these fish. You know what? I may as well teleport back to my home base to do it.
Seth, were you playing the bloody demo?
Actually, like I said, it's been a while since I've played Terraria. I think 2015 was the last time I played it. I think the last time I played it was when they were first talking about the one boss, the Moon King, or whatever it was. But that is a really good game to just chill out to. Man, I played that on the PlayStation 3. Come to think of it. So I don't think I have a save file for the PlayStation 4 version. But I do have the PlayStation 4 version. I guess I was figuring that I'd end up playing it on the PS4 too. Life got pretty busy back then though, so I guess that's why I kind of lost track of that game. Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, that was back when I was first starting my job at the grocery store I still work at. Yeah, those were hectic times. I didn't have any time to do any live streams like I do now. My schedule was all over the place. And you know what? That is around the same time in 2016 when No Man's Sky launched. So I guess I just went from Terraria being my comfort game to this being my comfort game. You know, in between that time, I also played Starbound. That's right, I played that for a couple months. It was fun. I didn't get very far in it. But I did like the music. I have the soundtrack for it. Or at least the old soundtrack. I don't know how long it's been. I don't even know if they still do updates on that game. Whoa! Just walking through my house like a ghost. Creepy. Those are worth so much. Dang. Let me see. What else did you say you played? I think you said... Yes, I knew I heard that, right? Yeah, you also played Stardew Valley. I played that too. Not for very long, like... I got a max relationship with one of the characters, and then I guess I got uninterested in it. I didn't do any of the, Civic Center things like I was supposed to. And when I saw all the stuff that I had to do for that, I was like, no, I don't want to go through all that. I got addicted to diving into the mines, and then that was basically the only thing I was doing for a while. And then I just stopped playing. I was like, eh. I still have it on my phone, though. That is also a really chill game. But it is very demanding, I will say that. It demands you do a lot in it. Other than that, the only other games that I have that are chill games are Animal Crossing Pocket Camp Complete, but I only play that when I'm like on the commode.
Said. A continue of the game list. These games are when I'm feeling a bit more adventurous but still within comfort zone. If you had the chance, try some of the out. I assure you will not be disappointed. Dredge, The Long Dark, Minecraft, Days Gone, Project Zomboid, Core Keeper, and a lot more that my brain can't remember. RN.
Okay, I've heard a lot of those, but that one, Core Keeper, I've never heard of that game. What's it about? I know you said it was like a comfort game, but like what kind of a comfort game? Alright, I have 22,000 nanites. Let's see if that's enough to get Class A. I can't remember how much it was going to take to get to the next rank. Well, let's see.
Amarali. Sick. Honestly, I don't know either. Just started it out.
Okay, alright, cool.
So far.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with playing a comfort game for the first time, then dropping it and then picking it back up when you feel like it. I did that with Pal World. I saw everybody playing it last year. I got it. I played it for like a little bit and then I stopped. And now I have it. Like actually have it. I don't have like the PlayStation Plus version. The whatchamacallit, I think it was either PlayStation Plus or a demo version that I was playing before. I have the actual game. Am I too close to something? I guess I am.
Amarali.
But yeah, I might pick that up again sometime.
Also, I did want to poke my head into
Starbound,
I know any
it's a lot like Terraria. A lot like it. Except you get to go to different planets and see different things, like different environments. Anything that you should know. Oh yeah, the game can get very difficult depending on what planet that you go on, so if you're...
Amarali. Sick. Can you go back
Yes.
to planet?
You can go back and forth from planet to planet, kind of like how you do in No Man's Sky. I think that's why they made Starbound, because the positive reception that No Man's Sky was getting at the time was generating a lot of buzz on the idea of going to different worlds willy-nilly. It's not like No Man's Sky, where you could take off from a world and then land in a different world. The worlds are like loading screen. It's more like a sandbox game, you know? There's no end of the world like how there is in Terraria. It just kind of loops around. But as I was going to say, what?
Sick. Also, I forgot to say hello.
Oh yeah, I definitely will. I'll let her know. But the one thing I was going to warn you about, if you do plan on getting Starbound, if you're on a planet where you can't really fight any of the creatures that are on it, don't try to go into any of the dungeons. The dungeons are very platform heavy. Like, think about the most basic Mario levels that you've played, and that's what they're like. There's a lot of platforming in the dungeons. It's weird for a Terraria game to see something like that, where the dungeons are laid out to be like a Mario level, but that's how they are. It's interesting, but at the same time it presents a level of difficulty that you're not used to because it's all randomly generated, unlike a classic Mario level. So if you're good at platform jumping, yeah, sure, get it.
Sick. I will probably even know they are
Yeah.
dungeons.
But that is the one thing I do have to warn you about. I didn't think it was going to be very heavy on the platforming, but it is. Yeah. In fact, I think I've watched other people play the more advanced dungeons, and some of the dungeons get as bad as, like, the game, what is it? I Want to Be the Guy, or I Want to Be the Boshi, where there are spikes and stuff that do instant death stuff. I think some of the dungeons get to that point too, if I remember correctly. I don't know. I don't think I ever encountered any while I was playing. Oh right, I'm here to upgrade my gun. But yeah, if you're not okay with platforming in video games, then maybe skip Starbound, because it does have a lot of fun Terraria aspects to it, but it is very platform heavy, and it's not something I was expecting when I got it. Alright.
Said. I was gonna talk about
25,000. Darn it, I'm really close. I just need 3,000 more. Maybe one more fishing trip will do it. Might do that today. Because I don't think I could think of anything else to do. I mean, I could do some missions, but I would rather try and upgrade my weapon. I want to go take a little bit of a break first, though, because I have to use the bathroom. As you can tell, I'm kind of full from those fries. So, let's go ahead back to...
Oh yeah, I bought a hard drive TV. My life was blowing
Oh!
up. Now this HDD is...
Oh, yeah? Yeah, it's very convenient when you can get an external hard drive. I only have one right now. I want more because I need a lot of space. I want to try and save all of my videos because ever since that thing happened with Twitch where they did the purge. Oh, it's internal. I thought you said it was external. Oh, do you mean it's an SSD? Because those make your computer so much faster. And if that's what you mean, yeah, I totally get that, because I didn't realize that an SSD had such a performance boost element to it until I got a PlayStation 5. I had no idea what an SSD was. An internal save state drive. But yeah, it makes a huge difference.
No, it's just hard drive.
Oh, so it's yeah, I guess it is just like a regular hard drive. That's what you're saying. But yeah, having that much space is great too, you know? So I can understand your excitement. Sometimes I struggle with space on my PlayStation 5. And that's mostly because they haven't really done a good job with the external hard drive system.
Yeah, nah, man, I also went from PS to Xbox Series S. The difference is crazy.
I bet it is. I don't really know, because like all of my games are on PlayStation 5, so I don't really see any reason to, but I bet it is. Oh, I am going to have to take a little bit of a break though, because I have to use the bathroom. I'll leave you with some music, as well as those in the archive. You can all listen to some music as well. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes.
All creator said, I hope you're enjoying the music. To those watching in the archives, now would be a great time to leave a like.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I also had to kind of change out my earpiece, so that took a little bit of time. Moving the microphone here. Alright, let's do some more fishing. And you know what? I'll do fishing here on this planet. It'll save me a trip. How much time do we have? 15 minutes? Alright, cool. I got fish for about 15 minutes. Maybe a little longer. I do have to get about 3,000. Oh, what the? Okay, there we go. Wait, why is it? Okay, there we go. I was like, what? Wait, why is it? It's going under the water. Alright, well, it floats, so it popped back up. It's fine. Whoa, it's kind of... Okay, I hope it'll be alright. I hope it doesn't topple over. Excuse me. Oh, right, I gotta make bait. Oh, I have... Oh, right, they're on the schooner. I was about to say, where did... I kept them as prizes, so... I'm not going to turn them in, but I know they'd be worth a lot. Oh, okay. I was like, why ain't I... Where's my fishing rod? Welcome back, dude.
What was I saying?
I don't know. I can't even remember what I was talking about. I know we were talking about games, but then we started talking about something else. I don't know. I feel like we were just talking about comfort games. I will say that in terms of comfort games, I could end up playing those for weeks sometimes. I'm a little lenient with myself when it comes to playing No Man's Sky, because there are a lot of other games that I have now that I'm playing. I'm luckily getting them all knocked out too. I finished up Astrobot this week. Last week I finished up The Plucky Squire. And the week after that I finished up Visions of Mana. So I'm going to get to start playing some of the games that I have in my backlog pretty soon. And one of the games me and April both agreed on that I'm going to be playing once we're finished with East 10. She wants to see me play Sonic Generations X Shadow. Because she got me that for Christmas last year. So look forward to that in the future. That's probably going to be next month we start that. But as far as what I'm going to be playing this upcoming Tuesday, it's kind of a toss-up to me. Oh, that's right. We were talking about hard storage. So yeah, that's great. Are you looking to do anything with that increased amount of storage? Because if it were me, I'd download a massive game.
Would love to see you two play Unrailed.
Unrailed? Have I heard of that? What is that? Is that a train simulator game maybe? I don't know. But yeah, it is kind of a toss-up what I'm going to be playing. Part of me was thinking about playing another comfort game that I've had in my backlog, called Little Kitty Big City. which is supposed to be like Stray, and I loved Stray. It was really fun. But this is supposed to be a more chill version of Stray. I have it on my Switch. But then again, I also have an old game that was remade recently called Chrono Cross. I mentioned that when I was playing Astrobot. The Radical Dreamers edition, so I may play that too. But yeah, if it were me, Amir, and I had that much storage space, I'd download Honkai Star Rail. I've been wanting to play that. I just don't have enough hard drive space on my PlayStation 5. I don't know what kind of game you'd be into, though.
I had GB worth of games on my mom's external hard drive, but she deleted all of them just yesterday because she ran out of storage. I was
Oh no! Ah, that sucks, dude. That's like the downside to having to share a computer with somebody. I had to... Way back before I got my own television, we all shared the same console.
Be honest, I don't really like
Yeah, I can see that. I know a lot of people that aren't into like the anime character types games, especially the gacha games. I get that too. I don't play too many gacha games, but I don't really play Genshin for the gacha related stuff. I play it for story, which I heard Honkai Star Rail has a good story, but like I said, I can understand why a lot of people don't want to play Honkai games or Hoyoverse games. I get it. I'm like that with certain games too. Like, a friend of mine plays the Trail series. He's been on here before. I think you've met him before. His name's Bryce. He plays the Trail series. And while it looks interesting, it's one of those high school student types of games, you know? And I'm not into those. It's one of those games where the high school student is, like, has supernatural powers and stuff like that. Kind of like the Persona series, you know? I don't like the Persona series either. I'm just not into games that have the whole high school aesthetic. I don't know if it's because I wasn't really that into high school growing up. It was just a place I went to get things over with. Like how a lot of people feel about high school. But, yeah, I'm just not into it. Like, the only game that I was into that was remotely like a high school setting was Final Fantasy VIII. That's my favorite. That's still my favorite Final Fantasy game. But then again, I was in high school when I played it, so I guess it was just perfect timing, to be honest.
Amarali said, I want to download the Hunter Call of the Hunter. You live in America. You can hunt in America. Should you know anything about hunting?
I've only been hunting once with some friends when I was in my 20s, and all I really gotta say is a hunting video game I've never played, I guess unless you count Oregon Trail, but I don't think you can count that. It's an old game. To be honest, I don't know how real life a lot of these hunting games are these days.
Amarali said, are you not in your S anymore?
Oh gosh, no. I don't know if do you even know this about me, but I'm an old man. I'm in my 40s now. I'm super old. But, well, I'm not super old. I'm old. I'm getting to the point where I have wrinkles now. I say that, but you can't really see them because I'm also a very hairy human being.
Amarali said,
I don't know. When people say this, I still live with my sisters. I'm a poor guy. I don't know if you got that, if you realize that or not, but I live in an apartment with my sister. I I'm a poor man. I don't have that much money, so obviously I don't have a wife. Here in America, women don't want you if you're poor. So it's not that I'm not attractive. I've been told by a lot of women that I'm attractive, and I've had a lot of girlfriends over the years, but that's just never stuck because I'm not dating anymore. Like, the last girlfriend I had was in 2022. And even, I had a feeling that even she didn't want me because I was poor. I know, that's true, that's true. That's very true. So it's like I have this situation where my face can get me through the door, but then when women find out about my personal life, they're like, oh yeah, I don't want to date you. It's not fair to say that. I have had relationships with women who were nice and got to know me, and we have a lot of fun and stuff, you know, but then they just end up not wanting to stay with me because they have more ambitions, you know. They want their own house. Hunting advice. I don't know. I just say have fun. That's all I could tell you. You're not really out there to get anything. I mean, this isn't like how it was way back when people used to hunt. You don't know. You no longer need to actually get anything. The only thing you're looking to do is have a good time with your friends. And that's all we used to do. There was this one time, I think we went to Westminster. It was a Westminster hunting location. And it's just a hard name to pronounce, Westminster. My friend at the time, when we were there, I didn't realize that he was going to be bringing some of his friends along that I never really knew. But it was a great way to meet people, you know? So it's just like any social situation. It's just at some point maybe someone will kill an animal. I think I did more like what I'm doing right now, fishing, than anything. I did more fishing than anything back in those days. I don't think I've ever... Nope, I didn't kill anything. On anything on land, anyway. Not by accident, no. A friend of mine shot like 2 bucks one night, and that was surprising because they're both... I was pretty young back then. I didn't know about the point system, but I gotta say I remember one of them was like 7 points. It was a big guy. That's probably like the one thing that I hated, having to help him load it on the car. Taxidermy? I don't know. I never went to his house, so I have no idea. But I think that was like the most upsetting thing because they would hold it over your head whenever they would catch something. And then I think we never really heard the end of it from that guy. The disadvantage of going out with the friends to hunt is when they catch something and you don't, you're the one that's supposed to load it into their car. Well, I mean, that's our rules that we came up with. You know, if nobody catches anything, if somebody catches something, the one who catches the biggest, either catches the most or catches the biggest thing on the hunt, you gotta load it onto their car. Because that's like the most annoying thing to do after a hunt, is to load shit onto the car. And I've had my fair share of smelly animals. Oh, the shield. Oh, a buck or a young buck They will have their antlers. They have points on them, you know, because they sprout out. The older that a buck is, the larger a buck is, the more branches that their antlers have, and the point system is depending on how many sharp points are at the end of each of the buck's antlers. That's how you count pretty much the. That's how the point system works. You count the points of the antlers, and some places that you go to hunt will hold you accountable to certain points.
What if it's a female?
You're not really supposed to hunt females because of, well, up in where I used to live, up in Maryland, up in Westminster, there I don't really know their rules and all that, but I just know that we weren't supposed to hunt female deer. You're only allowed to hunt bucks. And you're only allowed to hunt bucks with a certain point system. If you hunt over a certain point system, you get fined, I think. I think there's like a fine that gets put into place. I don't know. Like I said, I was pretty young. I was in my 20s, so I was just going along with my friends to do stuff. Back then, I used to do all kinds of things. I actually have done LARPing before. I think when I was 25, 26. I had a friend that was really into LARPing. I think his name was Tommy. Yeah, I think it was Tommy. Yeah, it was Tommy. He was really into LARPing. And I went with him on a couple of those. I forget what it was called. I know it was LARPing, but it's like the war, that the fake war, the pretend war that we would do was called something. I think I still have the instruction manual to it somewhere in my closet amongst the boxes of old memories. But yeah, that was a lot. That was really good for exercise. I will say that. LARPing's actually a really good way to get exercise. Go out and touch grass, you know?
Said. So when you spotted a buck,
Yep.
you sit count the horns, and
Yep.
if it's a
You have to.
female,
Well, sometimes it's actually kind of easy to count the horns because it's really just a matter of like how you would look at a tree and you could see how many branches the tree has. It's the same way with the buck, you know? You have to be careful, and that's why a lot of times when you hear about people going hunting with with a rifle or something like that, they have to sneak up on it and stuff. It's not a matter of just going out, finding something and shooting it. You have to be very tactile with it, and that's one of the reasons why you have to be tactile with it. Because if you're just going out shooting anything, then you're gonna get fined because you could accidentally shoot something that's not okay to shoot. I don't really know why the point system was invented. I just know it was in place to avoid getting a fine, really. But yeah, that's what I was told, is to always like
Amaral
be aware of what you're hunting.
said.
A little dancing Dino. I couldn't, honestly. To be honest, I was never going out there to do anything very super serious. If anything, the only time I've ever really shot a rifle or a gun is to shoot at cans and stuff. I think my one friend, his name was Mark. He's the guy I knew that had the most guns out of all of our friends. He was even like that when we were kids. I knew him when he was my next door neighbor. He had BB guns and all that stuff when we were little kids. You know, stuff that we were allowed to have when you're a kid. He was the one that had all the little BB guns and stuff, so I knew he was going to grow up to be a big fan of guns. So I haven't had experience with shooting things, not just during hunting, but just because I had a friend that had a lot of guns. And one day, like, sometimes we would go out to his aunt's place, and he had like a bunch of four-wheelers, and we ride them around. We didn't do that too often. I'm saying it like we did it all the time, but we did it like a couple times. And one trip he brought his guns with him. I don't know how he is these days. I haven't talked to him in several years, but I could honestly see him being that kind of a guy.
Said.
Yeah. You know what? He may not have been that kind of guy either. He could have just been like a edgy guy, because he was also into hacking and stuff like that. Him and my one friend Phil, they were really into hacking at one point when we were in high school. So it could have just been an edgy thing. He could have just been like, yeah, guns are cool and all that stuff. I don't think it was really an American thing. Here in America, there are two types of gun fanatics. The edgy ones that just think guns are really cool, and the typical American one that you see in all of the stereotypical American things, you know? Oh, I'm all out of bait. Alright. Let's turn in these fish. Oh, I was like, why'd I get an old boot? And then I realized I had no bait. But yeah, those guys I haven't talked to in over a decade now. Well, that's not true. The gun guy I was talking about, Mark, he had talked to me on, I think it was, he sent me a personal message on Twitter wishing me a happy new year. think that was like back in 2023. That was like the last time I talked to him. And the last time I heard from him, he said he was an engineer, which was surprising because he was a nurse for so long. I couldn't believe he wanted to do something different. But I mean, I guess it's really all where the money is. But I still think of him as a nurse. I thought that was a cool job he had. I really wish I had a job like that. But who knows, his engineering job could be pretty cool.
Amarali said.
Maybe. All he said was he's an engineer. I didn't really pry into it. I was thinking it was more along the lines of technologies, because like I said, he was into hacking at one point in his life, so I was thinking it could be something like that. I didn't pry too much. He mostly contacted me because he wanted to see how my life's been and how I've been doing, and he actually wanted to know if I would be up to going to a comic book convention with him and a couple of his friends, and that's when I told him, "Oh, I don't live in Maryland anymore." He was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot you moved away like 10 years ago." I was like, "Yeah." It was nice of him to invite me, though. It was very nice of him, actually. I think it was more over the fact that I know more about comic books than he does, you know. It's good to have somebody who knows his shit when you're going to a place like that. I guess he could also have been trying to help me out because he knows that I do commission work, and a lot of artists go to places like that, so maybe he was trying to help me find a job doing stuff. I don't know. He has always been that nice to me.
Amarali said.
Oh, comic book convention. It's a place where people go to. I think you know what it is. Comic book convention is like a place where people go to hang out, talk about comic books, and you know, just do nerdy stuff like buy comic books and I don't know, go to panels and talk with comic book artists.
Amarali said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess maybe I didn't pronounce it right.
Amarali said. But
right. Oops. Another.
Amarali said.
And hey, there are a lot of old men that go to comic book conventions. In fact, half the time you'll see a lot of grown-ass men going to comic book conventions because, like, comic books have been around since the 1920s. So, even longer than that, actually. I guess you could technically say. Oh. Yeah, I guess it will be considered taboo in certain cultures and countries to do stuff like that when you're an old person. Here in America, we get people that go. We got old men that go to comic book conventions and video game conventions and anime conventions, and I know in a lot of other cultures they'd see stuff like that and be like, "You're too old to be doing something like that," but there are several places across the world that don't see that as a good enough reason to skip out on doing something you enjoy, you know? I know in Japan it's like literally so many adults do stuff like that.
Some MF is doing backfires in the street, it's M.
Oh. 3-8. Oh, man. You know what? It gets like that around here, too, so I can't really say that I feel sorry for you, but no, it definitely gets like that around here, too. So, yeah, I sympathize, man. Sometimes there are people around here that like to shoot up for no reason, and there's a guy, I probably shouldn't say this. I don't know how many people around here tend to watch my stuff. There are some people around here that know I do live streams. I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a guy that lives downstairs that he smokes the most fragrant, nasty smelling vapes that you have ever smelled. Oh my god. It gets really bad. He hasn't recently been doing that, but like when he was, it was so bad I couldn't get to sleep.
Amirali said, "Well, I'm gonna hope you're talking about vehicles."
Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. I am talking about things like guns and fireworks and drugs. It gets crazy late night around here. It was crazier back where I used to live, but it's like no matter where you go, it's always going to be crazy. The type of cars that people drive around here. That can get pretty loud and annoying sometimes too. Sometimes it's so loud that it gets picked up on my live streams.
Amirali said, "Mate, they smoke the Zaza under my room window at night."
Oh no. Yeah. Fuck. That's like the one thing that I always think about is like why people do stuff like that. They know that somebody lives above them. Why would you do that? You know it's going to get into their house. Sometimes I feel like it's deliberate, but I don't want to assume like that, you know? Alright, new policy. Our experts are looking for a new project. Excuse me. One faction are looking into increasing industrial output. Industrial output, but the others sneer at this approach. They favor improving maintenance systems. Fund vital maintenance, fund productivity improvements.
Said, "It ain't the United States."
Right, I remember you telling me that. I know it's like that for a lot of places, though.
Said,
oh, really? Oh. Well, yeah. You know what? I'm not going to say America allows for things like that. It's just South Carolina. They allow stuff like that because we don't, in South Carolina, they have less strict drug laws on things like marijuana. Um, but there are a couple of a lot of states in America that are super strict against marijuana usage.
Said. I mean, you can smoke
Right,
cigarettes,
right.
but not the
I got what you're saying. If it is illegal, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that one way or another. I don't like drugs, but I don't necessarily feel like I'm the right type of person to be like, oh, you shouldn't be doing these drugs and stuff like that, because I've had a lot of friends that do drugs and I never stopped them before, so it feels like it would be very hypocritical for me to judge people on what they do. All I'm going to say is that it's not healthy, you shouldn't do it, and that's the extent of what I'm going to do. I'm not going to call the police on you. I'm not going to demand that you stop doing it. I'm just going to give you the facts, and that's all I feel is right to do. But that's all I feel comfortable to do, to be honest. But you know, it's all on you, man. Whatever you want to do, whatever you feel like doing is, you know, it's your call. I'm not about to tell you how to live your life, man. I think we should favor. Oh, this is kind of a difficult choice, though. Because while I do like the idea of increasing productivity, I feel as though a decrease in maintenance would be something that would benefit us in the long run. Alright, where's that building at? And I'm not saying it doesn't make me feel sad when I see people doing drugs, you know? Because I don't feel sad for myself. I don't feel sad for, like, the fact that it's illegal. I just feel sad for them personally, you know? Because it feels like I'm watching somebody hurt themselves. And part of me wants to stop it, but at the same time, I don't want to tell them how to live their life. I mean, it's about to get a little serious right now, what I'm saying, but I used to have a girlfriend, back when I was 28. We were together for 4 years. She passed away, because she was overweight. I loved her mostly because of who she was. We had a lot of fun together. But when she passed away, I found out from her brother that it was because of a brain aneurysm, and that was mostly due to the fact that she was overweight. And to this day, it still feels a little bad because I never really did anything to try and tell her how to live her life, or you know, try to get her to lose weight. Yeah, and part of me kind of blames myself anytime that I think about it, because I feel like I could have maybe tried to help her lose weight or do something to help cut down on her cholesterol count, which is what contributed to the blood clot that made its way to her brain and caused the brain aneurysm while she was asleep one night. I've moved past that. I've gotten to the point where I can talk about it without, you know, breaking down. And anytime that I see people doing drugs or anything like that where I know that they're hurting themselves, it kind of makes me feel like I should do something. Because then I start thinking about her again, and I think about the things I could have done to maybe try to help her, but I didn't. And it's the same thing with them. I could maybe do something to try and help them maybe get addicted to something else, you know? To doing something else.
Amarali
I don't know.
said, well, you didn't know. I don't want to say it was her fault.
Oh, that's the thing too. She didn't even know. That's just how blood clots work. She told me that she suffered from stress headaches, and that could have just been, you know, just... She thought it was just because of stress, but I feel like it was because of her weight this whole time, and we just thought it's because she was in college at the time, and she didn't have a job. This was around the 2000s when it was really difficult to get a job. So she was stressing about getting a job. She was stressing about the school she was going to, and a lot of people made fun of her, and I would try my best to make her feel better. But it always felt like no matter what I did, she'd always be stressing and having headaches. So that's why I always thought she had headaches, because she was stressed out. So I would do my best to make her not stressed. But when the doctor told her brother that it was a brain aneurysm and it was due to a blood clot, that was when I kind of put two and two together, and I was like, oh, it's because of her weight. It's because of how heavy she was. Is because blood clots were developing in certain parts of her body because of the excess weight, and that makes me sad because I didn't realize it when I was younger, and neither did she, you know? So it was nobody's fault. I just tend to feel like it was my fault because maybe I should have paid more attention to her health. Because part of me knew that being overweight was unhealthy. I just like like how it is right now with people who I see doing drugs.
Said, the difference is that this one was unexpected, but the
Exactly.
are hurting themselves, so
Oh my God, what the?
could tell them to stop, but no.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm a little disappointed too when I see stuff like that. But yeah, look at what I'm looking at right here. All these guys keep bumping into each other. You can see they're trying to change direction too, but they're all changing in direction, bumping into each other.
Said,
Oh, that's right, you can't see. There are three guys on the map right now that keep bumping into each other.
said, wait,
I know we were having a serious conversation, but this is just too weird and funny.
Amarali said,
Yeah.
oh, I see
Maybe if I talk to one of them, it'll allow the others to go free. Oh, cool. You can see their details. That's neat. Curious about the Overseer. All right. Okay, so is he going to go free or is he going to get stuck again? Nope, he got stuck again. They're kind of going in like a circle. It's weird. All right, I'm going to let them do whatever they're doing.
Amarali
Go back to building.
said, now you will just
Yeah.
have a group conversation.
That was funny. But yeah, not to detract from the seriousness of our previous conversation, you know? It is important for people to kind of take stock in their life. So thank you for saying that. A lot of times I do know it's not my fault. It's more on the way they should be living their life. But I can't help but feel that way. I don't know, I guess it's because I'm too empathetic. What am I going to... Organic catalyst. I don't have any. Dang it. Alright, let's do a B building. All this time I thought I was waiting on a building to be done, and the building was already done. I feel stupid now. But hey, we had a good conversation.
Amirali said, did you say anything? I put it on chat only instead of voice only.
Oh. I was just saying that all this time I was walking around looking for a building that I thought was done, but it turns out I had no buildings. I wasn't working on any buildings, so I was just kind of running around for no reason. Alright, to make a mind control device, I need 1 solar mirror. I think I can make that. Yeah, I can. Alright, cool. So now we can make a mind... How many do we need? 1 or... We need 1 mind control device. Alright, cool. I can get this done.
Amirali said, how old do you
You?
imagine I am?
Well, you told me I think you told me you were in your 20s. But I'll say maybe in your 30s. I can't remember when you said something about 20s. But yeah, you know what? Guessing by the way that you talk, and I'll say in your 20s. I mean, you don't have to tell me. And in fact, I feel like maybe you shouldn't, you know? Because it's personal information and we're not supposed to be sharing that on the internet like that. I just want to remind you that, like, you have to be over the age of 18 to be on this stream. Otherwise, YouTube is not okay with that. Or Twitch and YouTube are not okay with that. Alright, so we got that building started. Let's go back to our other settlement and see where we stand there. But yeah, I think I remember you mentioning you're in your 20s. But I'm gonna say 30s just because of the way you're talking. Oh, I wanted to talk to the portal, right?
Amirali said,
Well, you sound like a person that wants to explore more, like you've done certain things with your life, but you kind of want to change, and that's kind of like how my life was when I was in my 30s, you know? When I got into my 30s, I was like ready to make a change with my life. I feel like when you're in your 20s, you're just getting used to life, and then when you're in your 30s, you kind of want to make a change and start doing new things, and that kind of makes me feel like that's the kind of boat that you're in. Then again, you could be in your 20s because some people experience that earlier on in their life. It might have been like that for me, but it could be different for others.
Amirali said, well, let us just say Twitch is not
Oh, yeah, dude, no, that's not good.
Amirali said, but he will be in like months.
Yeah. I mean, what can you do? I'm just saying, you know. It's just, not a good environment for stuff like that. I talk a lot about so many different things on here. Like, for instance, talking about drugs and stuff like that. Probably shouldn't be doing that with a younger person. But that is definitely one of the reasons why my stream is not really meant for younger ages. It's not just that, but I talk about my political views on here. I sometimes talk about not safe for work video games on here. There are some times when I do feel like playing games that aren't safe for younger audiences. So, you can understand why. And then again, it is also because YouTube tends to not be okay with people who lie about their ages, and I get why. That's 100% a no-no when you're making an account.
Said, I would say it really depends on who you're talking to more than what you are talking about.
Planetary Specialist Skva recently arrived at the settlement and has requested the attention of the Overseer. They gesture elaborately, placing valuable minerals upon the floor. It appears to be a gift of some sort. Are they trying to bribe me? Well, I don't know. It says they're a good neighbor. Well, maybe they're just trying to give me a gift because they're my neighbor. This is the first time I'm meeting them. Well, thank you, neighbor. If they come back and they ask me for a favor, I'm gonna realize it's a bribe. Alright, dude. No problem. Alright, there, that building's done. Probably not. Me and April are looking into playing Sonic Generations X Shadow. But you have a great night, dude. I'm not gonna hold it against you, the whole age thing and whatnot. Because you are getting a little bit older than some of the kids that I get in here. And you're definitely not as obnoxious as some kids, but, you know, I'm just gonna warn you about Twitch and whatnot. And anyone watching in the archives, just, if you're under the age of 18, please do not come into my chat. It's not a great place for anyone of a younger age to hang out. In fact, most of the time I would just straight up ban you because it's not okay to have you in my chat. Alright, Amir. Sleep easy. Dang, man. I can't remember what I was doing. I think I had just opened up a building and I was going to... Yeah, I think I'm going to upgrade another one. But where'd the grades go? The grades on the building aren't showing up. Well, there's one. I guess it's a B, so I'll go take care of this building, I guess. I don't know why the grades disappeared. But yeah, thanks again for stopping by, Amir. And to anyone in the archives watching, yes, please do not come onto my stream if you are under the age of 18. I really don't want kids tuning into my stream. It's not a good place for you to be here. Like, it's not just for my safety and according to the rules of YouTube and stuff like that. It's just that a lot of other adults hang out here too, you know? This is more of an adult stream where we play games that can be considered strictly for adults. And I like being comfortable with what I play, you know? If, for instance, I want to play Grand Theft Auto on here at some point, but if I was like playing a game that suddenly had nudity in it or something like that, I'd be surprised, honestly, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility for certain games that I played. I played the game Outlast, and that has nudity in it, and I had no idea it had nudity in it. I just thought it was like a regular horror game, like any Resident Evil game, which doesn't have nudity in it. But, that happened, and I was like, oh, that surprised me. But, I kept it on the stream and whatnot. It's not like I immediately turned off the stream. And around that time, there weren't any kids in the stream, but if there was, then I'd be super upset. Because I don't want kids seeing that. I wouldn't want kids seeing a video game that has stuff like that in it. And if I was a parent, I wouldn't be okay with kids watching stuff like that. So it's kind of hypocritical for me to allow kids to be on the stream. So to anyone out there watching in the archives that's thinking, oh, I'm going to show up to a stream, just know right now, no offense, I'm going to have to ban you, Alright, so supply 3 organic catalysts. Let's see what those are. Can I make them? You know what, let's look in the catalog. Man, that always makes me so uncomfortable. And it is, to anyone who is watching in the archives, a lot of times it's not just because of the fact that I don't want kids watching certain things. It's that kids are annoying, We've had kids come into the stream that I've instantly banned several times, and it's because I knew that they were being annoying, and they were saying things just to get under my skin. And I will definitely do that again if I have to. I do that for anybody that tries to get under my skin. That's just how it is when you're streaming. But it's especially bad with kids, because when one kid sees another kid doing it, then that means more kids are going to be showing up to do stuff like that. And I think the main reason why I get annoyed by it is the fact that I don't have any mods. Back when a friend of mine, John, first started out, he kept getting plagued by kids all the time showing up to his stream and annoying the hell out of it. And me, along with a couple of other of his friends, well, they're my friends too, I don't want to say they're not, would always hang out in his stream and try our best to get rid of any kids that show up. So I know how annoying kids can be, and it's not just a matter of defending my stream, it's defending the people in the chat from annoying troll kids. And I'm not saying that any kids that come here are all instantly going to be annoying trolls. It's just I can't let kids get away with it for that reason. I'm sorry to any kids that want to hang out in the chat. No offense to you. I'm sure you're a really nice kid. But, it just gets to that point. Kids can be very annoying. And if I let one get away with it, then more of them are going to just keep showing up, and it's just going to get worse and worse. Alright, so we're looking for organic something. I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's something more complicated. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Hmm. Oh. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Organic catalyst. I do have that. I know I have that in my... But yeah, that's like the one thing that I get annoyed by the most is the fact that there are people out there that want to troll for that very reason. They want to go to a chat or a stream, live stream for that very reason, to troll. And it's... Oh, there was a storm going on. I didn't even realize. But yeah, it's... I think a lot of streamers are paranoid by that fact. And I think that's why a lot of them have that. I mean, that's why mods exist. So it's nice to see nice kids like Amir show up, but at the same time, I hope he understands. You know? And to anyone over on the archives, over on YouTube, who I have banned in the past, I hope you do understand why I've done that. It's nothing personal. It's absolutely nothing personal. I'm sure you're a nice person. But it's just the mental state that some people are in. Ah, of course, pirates. I thought I had some. I was certain that I had some, but I guess I don't. Wait, that's not mine. There it is. But yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is an 18 plus stream, so... This has been a very real stream. I don't even think I've ever really mentioned that. I've talked about why I'm not okay with kids watching the stream before. And that's just from a parental standpoint, you know? Is that I feel a lot for a lot of the parents who are trying to protect their kids. But I've never really mentioned it from a personal standpoint. And I guess part of the reason why I never mentioned that is because I get embarrassed when I have to talk about kids trolling me, you know? But I'm slowly starting to realize that kids troll a lot of people. It's just what they do when they're kids because they're assholes. When you're a little kid, you're always going to be a little asshole sometimes to people just because, I don't know why kids want to be assholes sometimes. But I guess it was embarrassing for me because it's hard to admit that I get trolled by kids, you know? But the more I watch, I've been watching people live stream, the more I've been paying attention to YouTube channels and people who do live stream, the more I realize that it's not just me. A lot of adults get trolled by kids online. And I probably shouldn't be that embarrassed by it, but I am, you know? I hate admitting it too, because admitting it makes me feel not just that it makes me feel old, but it makes me feel like I don't understand kids. But how can you understand a kid like that acts like that? They don't want to be understood, so of course you're not going to. And I know it sounds like I'm being a jerk when I say this, but I never was like that when I was a kid. I always respected my elders. And even when I was trying to be funny and a little shit, it was mostly because I was trying to make the older people laugh. And my dad will defend me on this. I always used to make him and his adult friends laugh. I was just that kid, you know? I wasn't annoying. My sister would say I was annoying, but that's only because this is my sister and it's a different situation. I'm talking about the way kids act towards adults, not towards their siblings. But my parents, they will always say that I was a goofy, funny little kid. But the way a lot of kids act when they go online towards adults, the way they troll them and stuff, is just little shit behavior. And I hate it. But yeah, if you are watching this in the archives, Amir, you're a good kid, alright? You're not a young kid. You're like 17 or whatever, probably, by the way you talked about it. But you're not one of the little shits that I'm talking about, you know? I just don't really ever feel comfortable talking to kids, you know? And I never really act like I want to be a kid, you know? I know I play a lot of games that are for kids, but when it comes to talking to children, I'm like any other adult. I'm like, this Zoomer I don't understand, or this Gen Alpha I don't understand, because they'll be talking about stuff that's way over my comprehension level, and I don't even want to try and relate to them, you know? I'm just like, what the hell is this kid saying? Now, I thought I had some organic catalysts, but I guess I don't. But it looks like I can make them. This sucks, because I thought I had some. I swear I remember having some, because I mentioned they look like fried eggs. Shit, man. This is weird. I don't know why I don't have any either. It feels like I made them a long time ago. Oh, you know what? Maybe I made them for a different building. That's probably why I don't have them, and I remember having them, because I've already used them on another building. Alright, so I need 3. Let's just make more, I guess. Alright, well, I think I might have 3 of each of them. I do. Sweet. Wasted a lot of time doing this. But then again, it was mostly because I was talking about my own personal issues with my stream. So to anyone in the archives, I'm sorry, that took a long time to explain. Just hard to explain. And I think the main reason why I hate the idea of kids coming into my channel is because I don't know how a lot of people will act when they come in. And I worry about people pretending to be kids, you know? The assholes that I talk about on here a lot. Like Donald Trump and well, whatever. You know who I'm talking about. The pedophiles of the world. The Epsteins of the world. I feel like I do my best to make my streams safe for everyone, but there's only so much you could do to protect everyone on the internet, you know? I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I just don't feel like the internet is safe for kids. I know I never went on my parents were 100% against me going online when I was a kid, so maybe that's why I feel that way. Because I never really grew up in a situation where my parents were okay with me going online. Hell, my parents weren't even okay with me having a pager. Back when pagers were popular, I asked my dad if I wanted one, and he was like, what, you want to be a drug dealer or something like that? It's just like, no, you're not getting a pager. Kids who have pagers are drug dealers, or they have drug dealer friends or whatever. I realize now pagers probably weren't as cool as I thought they were. And to be honest, yeah, I guess he was right too, because a couple of my friends that did have pagers were actually drug dealers. So yeah, I might sound strict when I'm telling you, if you're watching in the archives, please. I'm okay with people watching my videos if you're under the age of 18. I'm just not okay with you coming into the live chat, because I don't know who else is going to come into the live chat. Especially if they don't chat, you know? Because there are ninjas that just hang out in the chat and don't say anything. I don't know them. I don't know what kind of people they are. They might not be safe people. Alright. So I got that building started. And I think I have enough money now to get an upgrade. Wait, let me look again. What? Did I trade in those fish? I did, right? Yeah. All of those fish only got me 1,000. Oh man, I'm gonna have to save way more than I thought I was going to be able to save to get that upgrade. Aw. Well, let's see, how much time do I have to wait for the other building? Well, I can go there. I don't think I'm in the right system. This resolution, so yeah, this is not the right system. Fuck. I gotta go to my one base and use the teleporter there. Not base, settlement. Oops! Well, I guess I could use it. I thought I was on the other side of the ship, but I guess I wasn't. But yeah, I'm sorry if I sound like a stuffy old adult when I say things like that. If you're watching in the archives and you're a kid, I'm totally okay with that. I just don't want you hanging out in the chat, because I want to do my best to prevent things like that from happening. And I can't be the internet police, you know? And without mods, there's no way for me to prevent bots and scammers from getting your information. So that's the other thing. This isn't necessarily the safest channel in the world. There are a lot of phishing scammers out there and bots that hang out in people's live streams just to see actual people that come in so that they could harass them. And I don't want it to be a kid. If it's an adult, the only reason why I'm okay with it is because an adult would know what to do and could tell the difference between a bot and a scammer and things like that. But a kid wouldn't, and I just don't want them being in here and then getting scammed. That's another thing that I worry about when it comes to kids hanging out in the chat. How is it going? Alright. Resolution. So like I said, I am sorry if I sound like a stuffy old person. That's why I had to put the 18 plus stream at the top there as one of the rules. And why I will ban people if they're not supposed to be here. And why I am with the group of adults that agree children shouldn't be online. It's not just because I was raised that way, it's because from a moral standpoint, there are so many dangerous things online. Even I've fallen for scams and stuff. A phishing scam, in particular, I fell for was... I used to play World of Warcraft, and like several years ago, I don't even know how they do it, because I don't know how hackers work, I don't know how scammers work, I don't know how to do the things that they do, but they sent me an email because I was having problems with my service, because somebody had hacked into my account, and they only hacked into like one of my accounts, but I wanted to figure out how to get it back up and running. So this is, I'm going to admit to this, and I'm going to sound like the dumbest person in the world, but I know now that you're not supposed to do this stuff, but I didn't know it back then. And in my defense, I was still slightly new to the internet. I had only been online for like 3 years. This was, I think, in 2010. 2010, yes, that's when it was. So somebody sent me an email about getting in contact with the Blizzard help wanted thing, and it was obviously a fake email with a fake phone number, and I didn't know it because I didn't know what to spot. It just really seemed official. I called, and you know, they put me on hold. It seemed like a very authentic thing. I waited on hold, and then the telling sign is when they ask you for your password to get in, because they would know it, you know. So they asked me for my password, and I said it out loud, and when I said it out loud, it kind of clicked in my head that this doesn't feel right, but it was already too late, and the person was like, you know, oh, we'll get everything sorted out, blah, blah, blah. And then when I got on, both of my accounts were offline, and my guild leader got in contact with me, and it turns out that the person hacked my accounts, and they stole all of the money from our guild bank. They destroyed all of my weapons and armor and stuff, and it was a really shitty thing to do, but, you know, that's just what phishing scammers do. And then I had to contact the real Blizzard, and this was obviously the real them, because they didn't ask me for my password or anything like that. They just asked me for my account name and stuff, which is all they're really supposed to do. And, you know, they got things sorted out. I got my accounts back. I got the weapons and armor fixed, and as a bonus, they threw in a bunch of satchels and stuff so that they could put all of my stuff that was sold off back in there. So I got some, you know, really large free satchels, which was cool, but I felt bad for my guild because they lost so much gold because of me. And I don't want things like that to happen to kids, you know? And that can easily happen if somebody sees them in my chat and then follows them outside of my chat. And it could get even worse than that, honestly, and I really don't want to think about it. But I just hate to think that it would be because they came to my channel, and that's just another reason why I'm not okay with it. Alright, that's what I gotta do. I gotta go to the computer. I know I'm not the only person that feels this way. I just hate having to talk about it because it's not a comfortable conversation. You'd like to think the best of humanity, but there are just bad people in the world. Nothing you could do about it, really. Is that it? Oh yeah, that's all. I thought it meant something else when it said that. Well. Yeah, well, yeah, no, we gotta wait an hour and a half for both, I think. Yeah. Not much I can do now. You put stuff in my freighter. Or maybe I can't. Yeah, because it's not here. Let's just go to my freighter. I think the other sad thing is that, like, I worry about my own safety with the way that things have advanced in the world. I am an old man and I don't know about all of the new hacking techniques. And I bet you anything there are kids that know way more than I do. Don't I have one of those things that mines stuff in space? I don't think it's... Yeah, I do, down on the first floor. It's been a while since I looked at that. But yeah, I kind of wish that things could be different for a lot of reasons. But as it stands, I do have to make sure that everything is unapologetically nice on my channel. And there are just too many trolls in the world. Alright, I don't know why this takes so long, but I've never gotten anything out of this thing, I feel. Oh, it extracts something every 15 hours? And right now it only has 2 hours left. Where does it go after it extracts it? Does it put it in my inventory, or does it stay in here? Am I supposed to collect it from here? Does it put it in the freighter's inventory? Well, I don't see anything that would imply that. Guess I could do some inventory management. Everything is kind of a mess. Oh. I think the other thing is that a lot of people tend to see that I play kids games and they think that my channel will be okay for kids to watch. I used to have well, I guess she's still my friend. I just haven't seen her in a long time. There's a girl named Joker Queen that used to hang out in my channel. She had kids a couple years ago, and she was watching me play through Wonder Boy and Monster World, the 4th game, the more recent in the title in the series. And she loved it, and she wanted to get it, but I guess she thought it would be okay for her kids to watch my channel, and I was telling her, no, that's not. I know I'm playing a game that looks like it's for kids, but I just don't think it's okay for kids to be in my stream for several reasons. And she's like, well, I don't really care that much about cursing. And I'm like, yeah, but there are so many other reasons why kids should not be hanging out in my chat. I haven't really talked to her ever since then, but she didn't have her kids come into the chat. I'm happy about that, because, you know, it's just not a good idea. I guess I'm kind of overprotective of the internet as well. I guess I could see it that way. Not that many people talk about shit like that. They just flat out deny that kids show up to their chat. I've watched a couple of streamers who have kids in their chat all over the place, and they don't really give any fucks one way or another. For them, it's just more revenue. But that's not the way I see it. I don't see people as revenue, you know? I know that there are people behind those accounts. I know that there are kids that could be in danger from illicit people that hang out online. And I'm just not okay with it. Not to name any names or anything, but like, there's this guy called Germa who has so many kids that go into his chat, and he's just totally okay with it. And I'm like, why? And I realize, well, it's just because that's more revenue for him. That's more eyes on him, and he's okay with it. And I realize that's why a lot of streamers get popular. I just don't want to be that kind of a streamer. If a kid's in my chat, I'm going to tell them to leave. It's not good for them to be here. I don't want to be rude about it. And there are people who are rude about it. Don't get me wrong. I watch a guy called Caticarus, and he's 100% rude about it. But I'm never that much of a rude person. There are any kids that show up in this chat, he's very vocal about it, and he tells them to get out. It's the same for another person that I've watched, Oni Plays, is the same way. But that's just him in general. He could be rude on his chat, to his chat. He could be rude to his viewers. He does it just because everybody expects him to. I just don't think I've built up that kind of a... Oh, wait, I think I need this. I think I need to keep this in my inventory. Right, I had it in my starship. That's where I found it. And if it feels like I'm talking about it too much, it's just because I want to hammer the point home. Because there are some nice people that have tuned into the chat. And I don't want them to think it was anything personal why I had to ban them. Oh, there's... Okay, But yeah, in the future, I will definitely do a better job of making people aware that I don't want them in the stream if they're too young, because I just hope that they understand when I ban them. Hey, I do try and be as nice as I can. There was that one kid, I can't remember his name. I think his name was Ray. I don't know. I can't remember now. But, you know, he was just like, hey, I'm turning 15. I'm like, well, I'm sorry, you can't be in here. And then I banned him. And, it sucks, but it was necessary. Like I said, I just can't allow people to do that. Just be in here. I also tell them that because I feel like they might take it personally, but sometimes they understand. Like, I haven't seen Moonlit Ghost in a while, and I think she understands why I had to ban her from the stream, so... let me see. So also, I don't know. Like, the only other kids that I know I've banned is because they were acting like jerks. So I'd like to say that there are more occasions where I've been nice about banning people who are too young for my stream. But it's a very rare occasion where I ban someone. I'm like, I'm sorry. But, you know. It's just it's just the reason why, one of the reasons I set up why I banned, because they're acting like jerks. And there's no real reason for me to keep them in there. Also, I have this and I didn't realize it. I don't know who gave it to me, but I guess I could use it today. Let's go upgrade my ship. But yeah, every time that I do ban a kid, it's just because they're being a jerk. But the ones that I do ban that aren't being a jerk, I will say I'm sorry, but, you know, it just has to be how it has to be. I wish I could elaborate, but if I elaborated every time with them, I'd feel like it would be taking up way too much time of the stream. It's just today I'm able to do it because it's a chill stream and I can chat more. But yeah, talking about past experiences with being a mod, a lot of times it's kids that you have to ban because they'll try and get their other friends in to be little shits about stuff. And my old friend John used to have that problem a lot back when he was first starting out and he didn't have too many mods. It got so bad it was to the point where there was this one kid that kept coming back. He kept making fake accounts and stuff like that. And like, we just kept roasting him on the chat, in the chat and on the stream, to the point where we realized, you know what, he's just a troll and he's feeding off of that fact. And when it gets to that point, that's when you gotta realize we shouldn't be talking about him on the stream anymore, and we stopped talking about him. And anytime that we noticed he would make a new account and come back, we just ban him immediately and not say anything. And that's what I do with the little shits that come into my chat and try to troll my chat. I just immediately ban them and I don't give any excuse why. Anyone watching knows why, so I don't really need to give an excuse. Like, I want to say back in 2021, I had this incident where these two kids showed up and they just kept going back and forth saying yes and no over and over again. I can't even remember why, but it was so annoying. I just immediately banned them. And Chad understood. I think Duke was there that day. He was like, yeah, they were definitely trolling. And I wanted to feel bad. I don't want to ban people, but sometimes you just gotta drop the hammer. That's why we got Banna here. Gotta drop the ban hammer. Get those little trolls out of here. How's I doing? Alright. I'm thinking about this way too much. And I guess it's because it's... The reason why I think about it way too much is because it's... Part of me feels sad that I have to do it, but I keep trying to justify myself in doing it, like... You have to do it, Jason. You got to. And I'm like, yeah, but not everybody's a jerk. And then I'm like, no, if you don't do it, then the people who aren't jerks are in danger. You know? You gotta think 3 steps ahead in situations like this. You're not just protecting yourself, you're protecting others. Upgrade starship. Apply augmentation. Alright, is it storage that I want, or is it the... I think it's weapons that I would like more of, or more technology space. So... Can I do... I'm pretty sure I can do technology. Yeah. Oh, there were only 2? I thought I had 3. Okay. Let's see. I put it in here. Yeah, it's all gone. Okay. I wish I had stuff like that for my weapon. I don't think any of my freighters do that, though. Let's see, what else can I talk about? Well, I guess I could elaborate more on the isms thing that I was talking about. I was talking about the 3 main isms, the communism, capitalism, and socialism. Like, I guess I didn't really talk more about how or why I feel like capitalism is probably better than the other 2. I know a lot of people will go with socialism, a lot of people will go with communism, but all 3 of them have their bad points. And I think the main reason why I go with capitalism is because capitalism revolves around a system of currency. And currency is only as powerful as we allow it to be. And when you're hoarding currency, you're hoarding something that only has value if you consider it has value. You know, it's all in how the people perceive it. You know, while with socialism, in a socialist system, it's a system based around how much worth you put into... Oh gosh, who is this? Hello there, Randy. It's nice to meet you. Welcome.
Randy Christensen. Said. Hi, bro.
But yeah, if you put value into people, it's like putting value into currency. You're not hoarding currency at that point. You're hoarding people, and when you're hoarding people, that's very close to slavery. That's not a system that I want to support. And when it comes to hoarding items, you're hoarding something that can deteriorate, you know?
Can I get a free pet egg?
Free pet egg? I do have a lot of them. I don't know, I kind of like all of these. These are all rewards that I got. That I can't get again. Well, I mean, I could get them on other saves, but I can't get them again in this save. I'm sorry. No, I kind of want all of those. I don't have any pet eggs that I don't want. I get them all for doing expeditions and Twitch raids and stuff. I'm sorry.
Randy Christensen. Said.
Yeah.
Can I get Randy Christensen? Said.
Randy, I think you have been to the stream once before. I remember that name. Maybe you're a different Randy, though? Oh, right, I want to go down and fish. Yeah, let's do some fishing. Since I have to save up so many nanites. Also, thank you for the like. I saw you left a like. Thank you so very much. But yeah, as far as the three systems, that's the whole reason why I support capitalism more than socialism or communism. Communism relies on on an item-based system, and items have an expiration date, so they're not tangible. And socialism relies too heavily on people, and it can get way too close to slavery. So that's why that system isn't. A good socialist system is really good, though. A good socialist system is one that relies on the efforts of everyone in terms of what they can provide. But a lot of those systems don't, exist in our current day and age because there are way too many people in the world to the point where people can be used as currency. And, that sucks. So I feel like the only way a socialist system could work these days is if people stop having sex. Nobody's about to do that.
Randy Christensen said, "Can I please
get... Oh, one egg? No, I'm sorry, dude. Can you meet me at the space anomaly? I'll give you one. Oh, my freighter isn't here. I'll give you one. I'm not that fond. There's probably one that I'm not that fond of. Let me see. Too close to the planet. Let's see. Living fossil. Biological horror. Oh yeah, the worms. Portable fabrication pod. No. Reused genetic remnants. Scuttler's genetic material. Oh, the Scuttler, right. No, I like that one too. River. Hungering worm. You know what? I'll give you this one. I'll give you the hungering worm. You don't have to trade anything to me for it. If you want it, I'll meet you in the space anomaly. How's that sound? Just come on over to my ship. Jump on top of my ship. I don't know it's you. They'll hang out here for a little while, wait. But yeah, that's how I'd really defend my stance on communism or capitalism. So, but like I said, every system can be corrupted. It only takes a little bit of a push, and then after that, it's no longer one of those systems that it used to be. It's something else, and it just has to get to a point where we have to push it back on track. We could fix our capitalist society. We just have to get it out of an oligarchy. I hope you'll be able to make it over here. I don't know if the servers I don't know if the servers cross between areas, although I think they do, because I've seen people from Russia running around here, you know. I've seen names in Russian with the Russian alphabet and stuff like that, you know. I don't mind getting rid of my, the worm that I have, because I'm not really that fond of it. I don't know. I feel like if you were able to make it, you'd be here by now. Meowster Kitty, look at that name. Oh look, there goes someone. Oh, I think they're just going back to their ship. Yeah. Oh wait. There's somebody over there. No, they're heading to their ship too, I think. Yeah. Can I do any more upgrades to the ship? I mean, other than storage. I don't think so. I don't think it's built like that to where you could do upgrades like that. But I mean, building stuff, maybe I can make something. I don't have too many objects or too many ideas. I mean, I can make these. I know that they increase stats by a little bit. And that they can be used to boost other things. But I really don't want to just mess around with my technology setup in that way. Maybe once I get every slot unlocked, I will, but as it stands right now, nah. Darn. I don't know what to tell you, bud. Thank you so much for stopping by to the chat, but you might not be on the same... Your server might be completely different from mine. You might not be able to meet me here, or, you know, just in general. So, yeah, I'm heading out. Sorry, Randy. You can't really wait around forever, you know? I'm gonna head on back down to my... Oh, that's not my base. Here it is. Head on back down to my base and do some fishing. Today I have covered a lot of very personal topics. Surprisingly. I don't usually talk about my personal life this much. Can I turn it? No, I can't. Alright then. Let's do this. Whoa. Settlement register. I don't remember seeing that before. Oh well. Oh, right, bait. I keep forgetting. Oh yeah, I gotta put this back in my freighter. I know that I could probably get way more nanites if I was using better bait, but where's the fun in that, you know? I kind of like the idea of randomly getting something, you know, and getting lucky. Oh shit, I just realized my microphone's been muted that whole time. God damn it. I don't even... Well, I guess we had a really... Damn it. I guess we had a really chill moment there where you guys just watched me fish for a half hour or so. Man, that sucks. I'm wondering if that's the reason why the guy didn't come by and pick up the egg. Aw. If you're watching out there, Randy, I'm sorry. I did kind of wait for you to give you the egg. I just completely forgot that my microphone was muted. Why did I mute it to begin with? Huh. Because I looked over just now and I saw that the waveform wasn't going anywhere, and I said to myself, wait, have I been muted this whole time? Darn it. Shoot. Well, I guess I could kind of give you a brief rundown on what I was talking about. Yeah, no, I don't really know how to summarize it. Oh yeah, I was talking about adult trolls, because I said that, you know what, it's not always kids that are being trolls, it's also adults, because we have things like, because we used to have things like prank channels, and those channels that used to tell you to go out and troll other people and stuff like that, and channels that try to make trolling look funny and cool, and I don't get why those channels exist. I'm gonna have to watch on playback to see where it was that I muted, because I don't know if it was during all that just happened or what. Man. But that's basically what I've been talking about for the past half hour. Sorry everyone missed that. Darn it. It was a great topic of conversation too. Trying to teach adults not to go out and troll, or not to try and make money off of that kind of thing. Oh well. But, you know, I feel like adults should know better, and YouTube does do a pretty good job of patrolling things like that way better than they used to. But yeah, I wish I could say it's a more decent world, but yeah. I also gave a shout out to a couple of the friends that I watch, like John and Bryce and Time Lords. I watch their channels, and I feel like all of our channels are kind of like podcast channels. I know there's like basically streamer channels and stuff like that, but they do feel more like podcasts, and I feel as though it's probably a good idea that channels like this do exist where people can speak their mind, because vlogging is a lost art, if I'm being honest. And it's something that people don't do as much anymore. And it's a shame, because I used to like listening to a lot of vloggers. I guess I've supplemented that with watching live streamers, because live streamers are like vloggers. We talk about our personal lives all the time. We don't go too in depth, obviously. If you're someone out there that wants to do live streams, you don't it's not like you have to go into all kinds of detail about your life. In fact, there are a few live streamers that, you know, just talk bullshit about their life. They don't even... They lie about a lot of the things that they do with their life just because they know it's an interesting story. Or maybe they just go a little bit too far and embellish some things, but there's nothing wrong with that, if I'm being honest. As long as they're not going too far, like saying, yes, I I don't know. I went to Mount. I don't know. I went to a huge mountain. I climbed the mountain, so now I feel like everybody else should climb the mountain. Yeah. I don't know. I couldn't really think of a good comparison. But yeah, as long as there aren't people that are telling other people to do ridiculous things because they did it, I guess maybe that... Oh, we got to 25,000. I just realized it. Yes, we can get that upgrade. There it is. Man, I feel like shit now. I feel like I muted my microphone when I was waiting for the one guy. This is the second time that's happened. I think there was a guy that wanted to join me on a mission during one of the live streams I was doing, and I waited for him in the space anomaly, and I had my microphone muted the whole time. I think this is the second time that's happened. I'm just really bad at meeting people or, you know, joining up with people at the space anomaly. I was legitimately gonna give him that egg, too. Oh, man. Now I feel bad. Oh, well. I'll watch it on the playback. Who knows? Maybe I... Oh, I know. I had to burp, and then I muted the microphone. That was when I was fishing. And I forgot to unmute it. Alright, so you guys heard quite a bit of the conversation I was having, I guess. And that guy did hear me talk about the egg. Alright, so yeah, no, that... Alright. You guys didn't miss that much of the conversation. But I think the whole part about me talking about how I think vloggers and stuff like that are okay to watch. Oh, and I did do a couple of name drops of people that I think are good to watch. It's, Cat Icarus was one. I think he's a very upstanding fellow who's a really fun watch. So definitely check out his stuff if you're looking for someone famous to watch that does live streams. And, oh, I can't remember the other one. But I'll just say another person that I watch is their name is Big Old Words. They have a really fun channel as well where they talk about a lot of old Nintendo games, and they do live streams of them. They're a real fun watch as well, and they're very fun to have in the background, you know, of whatever it is you're doing, even if you're trying to fall asleep, because they have a nice calming voice when they talk as they're playing their games. Oh, that's why I mentioned them. I think I might have had it unmuted when I said this, but they, well, not Big Old Words, but Cat Icarus, on his channel, whenever a kid joins the stream, he just flat out tells him to get out. Oh, that was the other one. Oni Plays. He's he's very rude to his chat. Whenever a kid shows up to his chat, he just flat out tells them to get the hell out. That's what I was doing. I was saying I feel bad about telling kids to get out of my chat, but I realized there are some people who are way ruder than I am. It's all in to be funny, but, you know, at the same time, I could be even more mean, you know? Oh, I just realized I have enough to get a new slot, too, for my gun. That's 40,000, though. That's a lot. I need units to buy certain things. Alright, let's get this upgrade. You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna take a picture of that. A lot of what I've been doing today revolved around getting enough nanites to upgrade this gun, so I'm going to take that picture. Not of this, but of the little hologram thing. Can I do that? Is that a thing I can do? No, I don't think I can. Alright, I got an idea. I want to try and get me looking at the gun. Alright. I want to try and save enough space for my little avatar. Alright, that looks good. That'll be a good thumbnail. Let's take the picture. Seems to be what the whole focus of this stream has been. Trying to upgrade this gun. And now I've done it. It's out of Class A. Wait, how powerful is it now? Ooh, yes. 6,000. As a comparison, I'm going to show you my mini dragon. That used to be my most powerful weapon. I mean, it's not a Class S or anything, but... Oh, do I have it anymore? No, I didn't get rid of it. Yeah. Look at that. It's an A, just like the one I have now. And that rifle is like twice the amount of power. Yep. Twice the amount of power is my mini dragon. And they're both the same class. So I can't imagine how cool it's going to be when it gets to a Class S. But I'm gonna have to save up another 25,000 units. Or maybe more, I don't know. I should have checked that before I left. Oh well. I know I'm way far off from doing that, so... I may as well just go back to my base and call it a day. Huh? What is it? Oh. Alright, what do you got to trade? Got any... You got nothing, buddy. I'm sorry. They never do have anything good. I don't know why it stops sometimes. But yeah, been a very long day. Had a lot of great personal conversations. I hope to anyone watching in the archives, I hope this kind of helped you relate to me more and helped you decide whether or not you want to subscribe. I try my best to be a nice guy on YouTube, but sometimes you just have to put your foot down on certain things, and I know I'm a stuffy old man when I say things like this, but it's not safe for kids to just be hanging around anywhere on YouTube, or anywhere online in general. Well, since we've got to wait like a half hour, like 20 minutes... for the buildings to get done, I may as well call it a day. I'm not waiting around for another 20 minutes. You kidding me? Well, we got a lot done. There's anything in my starship. You know what? I have these suspicious packets I can open up. I haven't done that. What do we got here? Hyperdrive modules. I think I can only have a limited amount of these. They junction with what? Oh, over here, I think? Yeah. Yeah, that's what they don't. What about this one? Oh, another one. No way to really upgrade it any further than that. But yeah, there we go. We got nice. Wow, we got quite a bit of distance now. I can make several jumps. I think that was it. Oh, I can put this on my freighter. I'll clean up some space in my ship. I still don't really know what to do with these. I know they're worth money, but I feel like you're supposed to be able to turn them into something. I don't know. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and save. Head on back to the main screen. Had a very productive day, as well as had some very fun, deep conversations. I shared a lot today. Feels good. Yeah, let's go back. Keep forgetting how to exit sometimes. Gee, I hope that Randy didn't unlike my stream because I didn't give him that egg. If you're out there watching in the archives, Randy, I'm sorry. I tried. I waited for you at the space anomaly. I wanted to give you that egg. I wanted you to have a really cool pet, but, you know, sometimes timing's just off. And I hope to those watching in the archives that you got a little bit of, you know, I hope you had fun, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Hope you had a little bit of fun watching and listening to me talk over and over and over about all kinds of stupid stuff, and me being an old man talking about the internet and all the dangerous things there are out there. Just know it's not a safe place. And, you gotta be careful, kids. Stranger danger and all that. I wish I could do like an old-fashioned PSA, but that'll just make me sound way too corny. Not that I'm not corny or anything like that. I'm just old. I'm sorry for being old. Alright. That does it for another day of All Creator Live. If you're watching in the archives, don't forget to leave a like, comment down below, share the video, and subscribe if you haven't already. There will be plenty more chill streams like this in the future, and there are bound to be more streams in general coming up next month because I'm going on vacation, so, you know, I'm going to do my best to try and stream as much as I can without tiring myself out, playing all kinds of video games and whatnot, hanging out in chat and just, you know, trying my best not to embarrass myself any more than I usually do. Alright. Yeah. Next week, I'm going to be playing Genshin Impact on Monday. Tuesday is going to be a mystery game. Not quite sure what to start. Thursday, me and April are going to be playing Fantasy Life. And, well, not Thursday, Wednesday. And Thursday, I'm going to be playing more No Man's Sky. And if you're ever wondering what it is I'm going to be streaming and when it is I'm going to be streaming, you can always check the posts tab. I always keep it up to date every day. And on weekends, we do a weekend poll where I choose a random topic for us to vote on. And, you know, if you subscribe, you can immediately see it in your recommendations whenever it is I post it. So be sure to do that and join the fun. This past weekend, the poll was... Oh, that's right. I was trying to remember what it was. This past weekend was best elemental power, and fire won out of earth, wind, fire, and water. So yeah, make sure to subscribe so you can see more fun polls like that and participate in the fun little activities that I have planned during our vacation, because I plan on asking certain questions that will impact the future of my stream and what it is I stream. So look forward to it. Not going to say any more than that, but yeah. Again, I would like to thank the following people that have subscribed to my channel during this week: Richards Million 88, King Samalot, and well, Popper Dude was last or the week before that, but Popper Dude, thank you again. And I want to thank on Twitch Amir for stopping by and hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful day. And over on YouTube, I want to thank Randy Christensen for hanging out. It was very nice to see you again, and I hope you have a great night. I'm sorry I couldn't get that egg for you. It's not that hard to get, though. I think it's something that you can get on a planet or whatever. I know there's a planet where there are worms that you can get as pets. So, you know, just find a planet that has worms and collect yourself a worm pet. But yeah, to anyone else, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to leave a like. It really does help out grow my channel. And if you would like to check out other channels that need some help, my buddy Bryce over on YouTube, he's got a great channel where he talks about all kinds of video games and plays many different RPGs, but lately he's been playing skateboarding games. He's playing the newest Tony Hawk, and Time Lords, who plays Genshin Impact as well as a bunch of other games. Recently I saw him playing I don't know, some kind of Japanese game. I can't remember what it was called, like oh no, yeah, it was Rio. That's not Rio. Was it Rio or Rain? I'm gonna look it up. I want to promote his channel more. He deserves more followers, subscribers. And there are some people that might be interested in watching something like that. Ah, it's Nioh. That's what it is. Nioh. Yeah, he's been playing that recently, Nioh. So yeah, if you're interested in that game, feel free to stop by and subscribe to his channel as well. You all have a great day and or night. I'm going to get to sleep. I'm glad we could have a nice, fun stream where I talk a lot more about my own life and things like that. It's always good to get stuff like that out there so that people get to know more about me and find more relatability or more relatable topics to talk about whenever they show up to chat. And if you're one of those people, then feel free to stop by. I'm always okay with talking about things like this, as long as it doesn't get too personal, obviously. Alrighty, everyone. I'll talk with you Monday. I don't stream on the weekend, so I won't be here for the next 3 days. Sleep easy, and good night.